Niyi Odejobi, host, convener, the Business Roundtable. Niyi Odejobi is currently a senior executive in one of the largest multinational organizations in Nigeria. He is also a managing partner of Ibadan Hospitality Company and the Business Roundtable, a social development and youth empowerment advocacy non-profit organization. He is a trained finance, technology and analytics expert with over 15 plus years experience spanning finance, investment banking, research, big data, business strategy, and technology. Aside working within the ICT industry, he has also worked in various financial consulting firms and investment banks in Nigeria. He is an alumnus of King's College Lagos with a bachelor's in actuarial science from the University of Lagos. He has gained an extensive global experience with expertise in setting up innovation hubs, developing technology for SMEs and startups, and have assisted several small businesses across Nigeria succeed through various business developmental strategies. Whilst working as the head of SME business in one of the largest organizations within the ICT sector in Nigeria, he had pioneered and promoted the SME Millionaires Hunt, a yearly program aimed at providing funding, capacity building, technology, reduced cost services, Lagos Business School scholarships, training, grants, and access to market for young talents, small businesses, and business ideas and initiatives. He was also the pioneer of SME Market Access Forum, a periodical business networking seminar themed Enhancing SME Growth Through Access to Market, aimed at securing financing for young entrepreneurs and sharing knowledge. He holds an MSc in Finance from Leeds University, United Kingdom. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, a member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, a member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, UK, a member of the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investment, UK, and a member of the Institute of Certified Financial Analysts. He is very passionate about supporting entrepreneurs and helping them scale, not just for the immediate impact this has on their organization, but more for the multiplier effect this confers on the larger society and the economy. He has worked with entrepreneurs in various life cycle stages, supporting them with inventions and resources to help them thrive. He is resolute in his belief that entrepreneurs and their businesses are key to creating jobs and wealth in the emerging economy.
Okay, so we welcome you to the Business Roundtable, named the Youth Entrepreneurship Summit. And we decided to create a social intervention program named the Business Roundtable to assist the government on job creation and also to promote entrepreneurship, employment opportunities, innovation, access to market, skill acquisition for all residents of the state. So we keep saying that the biggest social economic problem we have in Nigeria today is lack of opportunity. Talent might be evenly distributed, but opportunity certainly isn't. We sit in a country where 33% of our population are either unemployed or underemployed. And that's 3 out of every 10 people. In absolute numbers, that's 30 million people. And these 30 million people are actually more than some countries' population within West Africa. As a people, we need to solve this problem of unemployment. Because government will never have the resources required to solve these problems on its own. So the BRT has been designed to train and place unemployed residents in Oyo State into jobs, while focusing on programs designed to drive innovation within the Oyo State ecosystem. Our major aim is to assist the Oyo State government to reduce the high unemployment rate in the state through increased in private sector involvement, employability training, skills acquisition, and aiding business growth with the overall objective of creating jobs. Hence, we have started discussions with the Oyo State government on the need to set up an employment trust fund to cater for the needs of the unemployed youths and the business owners who need access to finance, who need access to market, and who need capacity building. We are happy to inform everyone that the Oyo State Employment Trust Fund has gone past the first reading, and we hope it will be finally passed by the Oyo State House of Assembly and subsequently implemented by the Oyo State government. So we are gathered here this morning at the maiden edition of the Employment Summit, an event being organized to engage the youth, give them a chance to discuss issues they face in Oyo State, and for their voices to be heard. We have invited here some successful business owners operating within Nigeria to mentor, teach, and discuss how they built their businesses and share their success stories. In a short while, we'll be hearing from the representative of the Oyo State government and the person of the Chief of Staff to the Governor of the Oyo State, Chief BC Ilaka, who will be informing us of some steps being taken to reduce the unemployment rate in the state, and also taking us through the steps the government is making to improve ease of doing business in the state. After that, we'll also be hearing from someone I respect very well, my brother, Mr. Akinyi Ibadi, who is currently the Commissioner for Finance and Economic Development in Ekiti State, and who is also the former CEO and Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. He will be sharing his knowledge on the employability ecosystem and giving us valuable suggestions on the best way forward. We will also be hearing from another big brother of mine, Reverend Idowu Ogedegbe, who is the Executive Assistant to the Governor on the Human Capital Development in Oyo State. I have promised him today that we will be tackling him on various issues around unemployment in the state and our human capital developmental needs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have secured arrangements with some of our partners and they have agreed to provide business grants and job opportunities to some participants here present based on their business pitch deck. Thank you for listening and welcome to the Business Roundtable.
Your hands are not busy, you can use them again. Thank you. Okay, the conversation is heating up already. Are you ready? Are you ready to learn? I can't hear you. Are you ready to learn? Thank you. Yes, it's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, keep starting the conversation right now on the employment markets and job opportunities for the Nigerian youth. And I guess it got everyone here ready to get an opportunity to get what you hear, right? A job, employment, to be your own boss and employ other people as well. We're going to have speakers come up right now. As the host rightly mentioned, we're going to be joined by the Chief of Staff to the Executive Governor of Oyo State, the person of Chief BC Ilaka, and that's going to be on virtual. Are we ready, media?
Chief BC Ilaka, Chief of Staff of the Oyo State Government. Chief BC Ilaka is the present Chief of Staff of the Oyo State Government, and he is also a member of the Oyo State Executive Council. Between 1994 and 1997, he worked for Guardian Royal Exchange Assurance, a large British insurance company where he served as a tax financial consultant, dealing with life assurance, investments, inheritance tax, and mortgage cases. He worked as a partner in Salfiti & Co. Solicitors, based in London particularly, land, trust, and commercial cases. He was later engaged as an associate partner in the Jacob Rothschild Partnership. He was conferred with the prestigious title of Ladilu of Oyo Kingdom by His Royal Highness Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, Alaafin of Oyo, in 2006.
Hello, good afternoon. I'd like to say a big welcome to all the attendees. I'm supposed to be speaking on exploring the employment market and job opportunities for the Nigerian youth. And I take complete ownership for the views I'm going to share here. The Oyo State government, the strategic pathway, which is described as from poverty to prosperity, rests fundamentally on 4 pillars. The first one is education, the second one is health, the third one is security, and finally expanding our economy through the instrumentality of agriculture in the main. So I'd like to turn this on its head, because we operate in a situation whereby we're lurching from one recession to the other. So there has to be really growth in the economy for jobs to be created. Because there is a general slowdown, so I think we have to get a little bit clever and get a little bit more innovative. And that's where the entrepreneurs amongst us actually come into their own. In the area of agriculture, we talk in the main about there's a shift away from smallholder farmers into what you call the agri-business side of things. Not in as much as the smallholder farmers themselves are quite important, as they form the bulk of the farmers in our state. Again, new skills, new ways of thinking, and new ways of doing things have to be employed. So we think our economy can really grow, and we can create the jobs that's required by engaging or creating what is called by engaging the entrepreneurs amongst us, because the entrepreneurs are really the life and soul of any economic ecosystem. So I would like to say, encourage people to become because the jobs are not there, to create the jobs by becoming entrepreneurs, i.e. Engaging themselves as probably the most important part of the most important factor of production, because as risk takers, they will engage and employ all the other factors of production and create jobs for themselves and create employment for themselves and others. And if we have a multiply effect, this will be beneficial to the youth of the states generally. But you can't talk about entrepreneurs without talking about what they actually do. In terms of functionality, entrepreneurs must be innovative. They must take risks. They must assess the market. They must appraise the products they're bringing and into the market. A lot of times people might think when you talk about innovation, it really means you're talking about technology or technology based. No, you just might approach the way of doing things quite differently. It doesn't necessarily have to be technology. You might create a market where there wasn't one. You might fill a gap in the market. And again, these are times where people have to be creative, because creativity is really the juice that flows in the veins of entrepreneurs. So I'll engage us. Again, we've heard that, like, in terms of tech startups, or Ibadan is only second to Lagos in Nigeria as of now. Again, there's a lot of opportunities in this area where people can be creative and create the jobs that are needed, and be able to engage internationally. In the agribusiness sector, there's a general move away from what would have been the traditional backbreaking farming, because we have a lot of challenges in that space. We have challenges in terms of storage, processing, roads. But by becoming an entrepreneur in that space, you can add value, and the value addition really is the key. We know the story about cocoa in Nigeria and West Africa generally, that it's exported abroad, and they add value to it and re-export it back to us at probably about 100 times the price. If we add value, if we look inwards into our internal markets, whereby we're looking at areas of import substitution, where our own labor, we create the market here. I think that's where the opportunities lie, and that's where the young people can engage. The jobs, the world is changing. The jobs, the time when you have big manufacturing operations that would come and employ lots of people, that time is gone. Because even if the manufacturing jobs do come, most of the equipment will be automated, and therefore a certain skill set in terms of managing this automated equipment is what will be required. But by tooling our people, we have a large body of young people who are highly educated, with a requisite amount of motivation. I am sure they can create the jobs that is needed, because we do operate against a backdrop where there's teeming youth unemployment, and that's, for us, those of us who in politics regard it as a ticking time bomb. And it's only the young people themselves that can provide the answers to create the new jobs, to start doing things differently, to create the new opportunities. And this is where I will now implore the young people themselves to get creative, to innovate. And innovation doesn't really mean about thinking about things for the future. You must think in the present. What's required now? What do the people want? What do employers of labor? What services can you provide now? Yes, the business will grow in time to deal with fresh and new challenges as they go along. But the most important thing is for them to engage themselves, because at times in this area they talk about the 5 M's. We talk about man, method, machinery, materials, money, and that's where government in itself will partner. The business of government itself is to create an enabling environment for individuals to thrive. You can engage with us in any area whereby we have that represents where we have our thrust. It could be in agriculture, it could be in education, it could be in the area of security, it could be in the area of healthcare. And for us, in all these areas, the most important key is for us, if we're really going to deliver as a government what we need to do, is to improve our service delivery. And that is where the young people again can come on board and say, look, we are the guys out there. We're nimble, we're practical. You can do things a lot better by doing it this way. And again, so there will be that interface between public and private, which is really necessary. Public sector, by sheer nature, is a little bit cumbersome and slow to react. We need the young people of today to again, I don't want to get repetitive by talking about this creativity, but creativity is really the key, right? Creativity is at the heart of what innovators do when they're considering taking risk. We can't keep doing the same things and expect different results. So we expect our young people, because we believe in them, we believe they're very talented and they're very able, to come on board to create the new jobs, because manufacturing isn't going to create it. Our telecommunication industries will grow and grow, but again, the jobs reduce because there'll be, again, automation. Automation is what is going to drive the world. So the techies amongst us, this is an area where there's a lot of mileage. The opportunities are endless, they're limitless. I think I'll stop here because I do not want to bore this very enlightened crowd, telling them how to suck eggs. So thank you ever so much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you took something down. You've got to be a risk taker and be creative. I think I got that. Did you grab something? All right, now moving on, we've got someone you'd like to meet, and I also want to meet the Commissioner of Finance, Ekiti States, and of course, a wonderful gentleman, and the former CEO of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. He's here with us, and he goes by Mr. Akin Oyebode. If your hands are not busy, please put your hands together. For Mr. Akin Oyebode.
Akin Oyebode, Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Ekiti State, and former Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Akin is currently the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Ekiti State, and was previously the Special Advisor, Investment, Trade and Innovations for Ekiti State Government. He began his career as a research assistant at the Lagos Business School and spent over a decade in various banking roles with First City Monument Bank and Stanbic IBTC Bank. Akin is the pioneer executive secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, established to provide financial support to residents of Lagos State for job and wealth creation and to tackle unemployment. His key focus at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is to promote entrepreneurship by improving access to finance, strengthening the institutional capacity of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and formulating policies designed to improve the business environment in Lagos State. Prior to his role as Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Akin was the head of SME banking at Stanbic IBTC Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a public servant, so I have to establish some protocols and acknowledge first the Chief of Staff to the Governor of Oyo State, Chief B.C. Ibaka, my friend and brother who I haven't seen in almost a decade, the Executive Assistant to the Governor of Oyo State on Administration and on Human Capital Development, Reverend Idowu. When I knew him, he wasn't a reverend yet, so I need to know the story of where that came from. And to my friend and brother, Niyi Odejobi, and all the speakers here, ladies and gentlemen. I always get worried when I'm asked to speak on entrepreneurship, job creation, labor markets. So many times I decline the invitation because I feel like we've had this conversation too many times. But I was especially excited to accept this because it's my second time now speaking in Ibadan. The first time was maybe 5 years ago. And to see how the state, or your state in itself, has grown, in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, for me was enough excitement to come back here today. So before I even say anything, I'd like to just welcome. So I'd like to first thank the organizing team for their efforts in putting this conference together. Very often we like to speak in Lagos or Abuja, far from the economic units where we need those conversations to happen. So I know that he has some family or heritage reasons for bringing this to Oyo State. The commitment I'm going to extract from him is that I didn't come here to speak for free. So the next time he's doing this, I'm going to drive him to Ado-Ekiti. That sounds like a fair deal, right? My remarks today will be focused on a few critical matters, but all of it will be centered around economic prosperity. Because when a young person is asked, what does it mean to be a Nigerian? It's very difficult to answer that question, so I won't put any of you young people on the spot. What does it mean to be Nigerian? You could argue that there is no Nigerian dream. There is no specific reason other than chance and the lottery of where you were born and the family you were born into as to why you are Nigerian. There are not many people in this room who made a deliberate effort and traveled thousands of miles to become Nigerian. Most of it is by happenstance. Now, if we compare that to the United States of America, for example, where people will go through difficult waters, fairly difficult terrain, just to get into the United States because they believe there's an American dream. They fight, they struggle, they spend all their family resources because they believe in a dream. And that dream is what we have to create here. That by being Nigerian should mean because you are here, you have a great chance to achieve your dreams. So we must focus and we must adapt very quickly on what the global drivers of growth are. And the global drivers of growth today will all be centered around technology. I mean, it's no longer news to any of you that we are now firmly within, the realms of a fourth industrial revolution. But there are some upsides and there are some things that I find very pleasing. There are some things that should bring you some hope and some belief in the future of the country. I don't know if any of you have seen the Global Startup Ecosystem Index recently released. In 2019, Nigeria was, I believe, 56th place, but we dropped very badly in 2019 to 68th place. Today, we are the 63rd most attractive ecosystem in the world. Our goal, of course, should be first to get into the top 50, and then subsequently into the top 20. But that's not what I find especially exciting, because we are still third in Africa. We are still behind South Africa, who was ranked 48th, and Kenya, who is ranked 61st. But what I find very interesting is that Nigeria has 7 cities ranked in that index. There is no African city that has more cities. South Africa, who is next to us, has 4. Of those 7 cities, the highest ranked city in Africa is, of course, now Lagos. So again, I know Tosin Fadero that I is speaking after me, but I always like to brag about the work we did at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, because it was a very deliberate attempt to ensure that we make Lagos a very attractive ecosystem for startups. It was providing funding to startups. It was providing mentorship, advisory, access to markets, but also helping hubs and workspaces grow and develop, so that people who wanted to start their businesses had the infrastructure to go and work. So we're very glad to see those numbers. And I'm also very happy to hear that Oyo State is toeing in a similar path by establishing a similar employment trust fund. Because what I'm not saying, and I'll soon say, is that outside of Lagos, the city that now ranks number 2 in Nigeria is Ibadan. And Ibadan has joined 600 sports. 600 sports to now rank 353 globally. So it means that if you are looking at 400 cities to go and start a business, Ibadan is actually within those 400 cities. And the importance of this is critical, because it means that fewer people will have to migrate to achieve their dreams, which for me is very important. There are other cities now, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Benin, Kano. Of course, I always say now, when I read this thing, that the job next year is to include abilities in that case. But these things are achievable, because it's a process. And that's why, first and foremost, I always like to talk to colleagues in government that the first thing we need to do is to democratize opportunity for small businesses, for young people. And for me, the biggest driver of that democratization is broadband penetration. It's nothing more than broadband penetration. We can talk about numeracy and literacy levels. There is nobody in this room that cannot read or write or solve problems given an opportunity. So I will urge my brother to go back to his principal to first reduce the cost of laying fiber around Oyo State. There are maybe 8 states now who have gone to the National Economic Council rate of 145 naira per linear meter. I won't mention how much Oyo State charges, but there are states in the country that charge as high as not Oyo, 7,000-8,000 naira to lay fiber. It's so expensive, because if they are charging 7,000 naira to lay a meter of fiber, 1 kilometer, which is 1,000 meters, is effectively 7 million naira. It means if you want to lay that fiber in 1,000 kilometers, you are going to spend almost 7 billion naira. The provider simply cannot put that capital down because we don't have the kind of spending power to give them the return on investment required. So we've got to ask ourselves first and foremost, how do we ensure that fiber gets to every part of the country? For two reasons. One is that it helps learning outcomes. It helps people who are dependent on technology to run their businesses to access more markets. You know, the more people that use smartphones, the more people that have internet connectivity, means that there are more people who can see your Instagram business. There are more people who can buy from you. And that number is only going up, it's not coming down. So if you're an e-commerce business, if you're a technology-driven entrepreneur, the infrastructure to help your business job is only going to get better. So my first comment is really around, this is a good time to be an entrepreneur. We must be careful about how we regulate certain elements of technology, especially in this fourth industrial revolution. We must ensure that our regulation does not stifle business. Because there are many of you today who might not be able to survive, but businesses won't survive if there's no Instagram, if there's no WhatsApp, you know, if there's no Paystack or Flutterwave to provide the payment gateways. So we must be opportunities that if person brings to us while we try to regulate the activity. And when people ask me, what is the benefit of technology in business in Nigeria? For me, it's very simple, it's very straightforward. I have seen businesses, Flutterwave as a business, for example, was built across my desk at Stanbic IBTC. Because the founders of that business were my colleagues. And we were all frustrated about the payment systems in Nigeria at the time. So we used to hold these meetings where we just buy pizza, and I hope there are no Stanbic people in the room. You know, sometimes we will sneak in some beers. I hope the Reverend didn't hear that part. But we're just discussing how do we improve payments in the country. Now, it sounded like a waste of time. This guy was talking. But of the 6 or 7 guys that ended up in that room, Benga Agola went on to start Flutterwave. Shola Akinade went on to start Paystack. So 2 of the 6 people in that room took that frustration and have ended up building 2 of Africa's biggest payment businesses. Now, all those people became the big men they are now. They were no different to any of you. Shola could easily have been in this room sitting, listening to someone speak. And that for me is the unique opportunity that technology brings. Is that it is completely democratic. It's not who your father or mother is, who your best friend is. It's not how much money you have. It's really about how useful the product they are building is. And there are many of these businesses, Best that I'm sure you use. Every time I go on social media, I have to go and figure out what does same block mean. And this is me who's been the banker for the longest period, right? But the people who build Best, they didn't need banking experience to build the business. They just saw a need, an opportunity, and created a product to serve that opportunity. Helium Health is revolutionizing medical records. Before that business came to Nigeria, if you wanted to get your file, you had to go to the hospital. I don't think your hospital will even give you your file. Today, by digitizing medical records, it means you have a medical record at your fingertips. If there were to be an emergency for anybody, the records are easily callable. Completely revolutionizing how we think about healthcare in Nigeria. I mean, I can go on and on. Iroko TV, Tinap, there are hundreds of these businesses now doing phenomenal things. And all of these founders are not different to any of you this way. So for me, that is the first real opportunity. how do we use the fourth industrial revolution and how do we leverage technology to build businesses that solve real problems? It's not just building an app. It's really saying, what problem am I trying to solve and what business can I build to solve that problem? But then not everyone is going to be an entrepreneur. And that's one thing that is also very important. Again, I'm a big fan of business process outsourcing. Because if you look at markets like Vietnam, China, India, the business process outsourcing industry has been a great enabler of jobs. And not just jobs, but of skills that people then go and use to build businesses. So again, I'm very excited to see the activities of ISON BPO in Ibadan. ISON is probably one of the 3 largest business process outsourcing companies in the country. And they are primarily in Ibadan. Although I'll again say that I'm trying to steal them to bring them to Abeokuta. So if Oyo State doesn't hold on to them very tightly, we are happy for them to bring their 2,000 employees down to Abeokuta. Because it's a fantastic opportunity. When we brought tech experts to Lagos 3 years ago, we didn't know what that opportunity could be. Today, tech experts has 1,100 employees in Lagos. And I'll never forget, there was a gentleman, so when they started recruiting, because we brought them up as employment trust funded, they asked me to put it on my Twitter page. So I just randomly dropped the link on my Twitter page and said, I don't know who this will help, but there goes. 2 months later, this guy sent me a DM on Twitter and said, I just want to thank you because you gave me an opportunity that has changed my life. And I put this guy, I didn't know you. So I don't know if he was a fraudster, so I was waiting for the next message. So he then said, you put up this, so I just put a question mark, right? I don't understand what you're talking about. So he said, you put up this link, the tech experts recruitment. I now work for tech experts. I earn 250,000 naira. Before you send me this thing, I couldn't even buy data on my phone. And I thought to myself, this is just a random guy who was probably to buy a weekly data plan. And all of a sudden, he's earning enough to improve maybe not just his life, but the life of the family. And that's why this BPO opportunity is very important. And I think it's also the next big thing that is going to hit the country. So for those who are not necessarily entrepreneurial, for you to be successful in that industry, it's really just customer service attributes. It's problem solving, critical reasoning, accent training, trying to speak without any sort of recognized accents. It's not a very difficult thing to do. But what I like about the industry is that you start to learn things that can now help you tap on business elsewhere. So if you think about Google, for example, as a company, there are at least 50 to 100 former Google employees who are now CEOs and founders of multi-million-dollar companies. It's not like you just left school and you said, I want to be an entrepreneur. There's a pathway there. But there's also another pathway where you go and work for a large business, you learn all sorts of new skills, and those skills then help you transit into your own enterprise. But all of this isn't possible if you don't build skills. And today's world, especially with the impact of COVID-19, we're seeing that, according to the World Economic Forum, 50% of all employees will need to be reskilled by 2025. I grew up in the university environment. But the question is that university degree still very, very important? The 4 or 5 years, or sometimes 6 years you spend in university, can it be repurposed into doing something incredibly more useful? Because if you are looking to opportunities like agile project management, IT security, database management, network architecture, software development, etc., system analysis, etc., what you really need are 2 attributes: critical reasoning, problem solving skills. There are so many open courses, open source learning platforms today. Many of the foundational platforms are free. It will only cost you data. And people like Microsoft, people like Google, people like IBM are all providing some of these courses at very limited cost today. And if you pass those certifications, those basic certifications, you can then invest some money in intermediate and advanced skills. And before you know it, you have the skills to put yourself out there in the global marketplace. I can argue that being an agile peer is a lot more rewarding than a degree in psychology. Now let me even say even something that sounds more prestigious than a degree in law. Because Nigeria has so many lawyers. Every family probably has one lawyer in the family. So if you graduate from 5 years law, 1 year law school, you go and work for Nagada and you can go and earn 30,000 naira a month. Then you want to complain and say, how can they pay me 30,000 naira a month? Well, they can pay you 30,000 naira a month because there are too many lawyers and too few jobs. It's basic economics. It becomes a buyer's market. So you've got to say what skills are available or what skills are scarce but are in significant demand. That's how you start to increase your earning capacity. But all of that really speaks to you constantly researching and understanding labor market trends and asking yourself the relevant questions to do a master's or to learn a skill that improves my employability. By all means, there are people who will always be academic. There's a space for the academia. But we mustn't all sleep and face the same direction. Now, my final point, because me standing here like is about to arrest me, is really around the role of entrepreneurship. Now, I was head of SME banking at Stanbic IBTC for 5 years. And I was CEO of Lagos Employment Trust Fund for 3. In those 8 years combined, every day I saw at least 5 businesses fail. It was just normal. People who are unable to pay their loans, people who are crying that their employees have wrecked them. It's just really tough to crack entrepreneurship. And it's even tougher when you crack it without experience. Because a lot of the people we have in Nigeria are what I like to call accidental entrepreneurs. They run their business so that they can say they are not unemployed. So that when they say, what do? You say, I have a hustle. The reality of the conversation is that how many of those hustles translate into sustainable businesses? Very few. So you've got to ask yourself, because when young people come to me for advice, the first question I ask them is, what opportunity are you going after? Why are you doing this business? What are you trying to do? If you think about all the businesses that have changed the world, they always set out with a clear vision. I want to democratize something. I want to improve access to information. You know, I want to connect, I want friends and family to connect with each other. That vision can always change and grow, but there's always clarity in the beginning. So you've got to be clear, what opportunity am I going after? Because that opportunity must have what we call an addressable market. You must say to yourself, if I do this today, there are 5 or 10,000 people that are going to be interested in this product. Out of those 10,000 people, all I'm trying to convert is maybe 1% of that. So you got to be clear about what that opportunity is. But you know, it's not just the opportunity, because many times if you really come across or you think about a remarkable opportunity, do you know what makes it remarkable? It's remarkable because not many people around you can see it. So they'll think that you're a mad person. And that's why that resilience is a critical part of this journey. Because for an opportunity to be truly remarkable, very few people will see it. Very few people will support it. very few people will agree to work with you to achieve it. You know, Rudyard Kipling always says that you must keep your head while all around you are losing theirs. It's a remarkable trait of successful entrepreneurs that they understand that vision, and even when things look like this thing isn't quite working, they are able to stay that course. But what is also important is there's no entrepreneur that cracks an opportunity by themselves. It's simply impossible. So leadership and entrepreneurship for me are like inseparable twins. Because it requires an ability to inspire other people. You must be able to drag some people with you on what sounds like a suicidal journey. Some of them you might not even be able to pay salaries that they would like to earn. And I remember when I was at LSETL, we had to hire this remarkable young lady, truly remarkable young lady. And at her interview, she blew us away. And I said to myself, there's no way we're going to be able to hire this woman. She's just not even going to accept the offer that we are going to give to her. So she might say some bad things about me when she speaks to you later. She might say things like, I deceived her, I tricked her, that everything she asked for, I said, don't worry, we'll look into it. Can I go on holiday? Yes. How many? As many days as you want. Can I work? You can do anything you want. Just sign this employment letter. Because when you meet those truly remarkable people, you are going to have to keep them. They are going to have to bend your rules. They are going to have to make allowances. Because anything, for example, that we did with Lagos Innovate at the Employment Trust Fund, I can tell you I did nothing to contribute to it. And of course, the transformative nature of entrepreneurship is what makes it worthwhile. Because, you know, we can say 1 million businesses will fail. But think about Paystack. Think about Flutterwave. They've created a platform for tens of thousands of young people like yourselves to collect payments for services or the goods that you sell. Now, if you're a makeup artist, you don't have to collect cash. You send the person the link, they pay, the transaction is closed. Think about Instagram. 80% of the workmen that work in my house, my wife seems to find them on Instagram. I still wonder how do you allow someone you met on Instagram to enter your house? She says there are ways to verify these things. You know, people who have past comments, people she knows who have used them before on the Instagram reviews, etc. But all of a sudden, now if you are looking for someone to, I mean, there's always the whole issue of what you ordered and what you bought, right? You know those issues. But by and large, you know what you ordered and what you bought is also customer feedback. When somebody sees you, they think the person is wrong. But Instagram must revolutionize how you live. I don't know if you have seen, okay, there are two cameramen in the room, so let's not tell them that they're extinct. But today, mobile phones, straight to photo sharing. Now it's not even a store. This is how those people that succeed revolutionize people's lives. I went to university when there was no Google. Well, maybe there was, but there was even no internet really. So I went to university at the time when if you want to send an email, you go to the university library, you pay 200 naira, you send the email. So I used to send an email to my uncle, but I was going to stay with him on holiday. So I was sending an email, there on program that school was so day. I can't arrive XYZ, 200 bucks. Sometimes my uncle, to receive the email is 200 by the way. Sometimes my uncle will say, okay, I'll come back to you later. 400 naira. Just to hear, okay, I'll come back to you later. Today, all of the research undergrad school can be done online. But someone had to build that search engine. Someone had to create a platform for aggregating information and giving it to you in sharing format. Now that's why it's important for those of you who are entrepreneurs to stay with us. Because there's just the odd chance that one of you will build something truly remarkable. So I know my time is up. So I'd like to once again thank the organizers of the conference, because I think this is a selfless contribution, to youth development. And gatherings like this, will not only help us rethink how we approach youth development and job creation, but they also, I hope, will provide an opportunity to interrogate ideas, whether fresh or old, cemented ideas that need to be changed. Because, in my opinion, it's the interrogation of ideas that it's the interrogation of ideas that will you forget of you in the idea of your dreams. I hope that not all of you decide to jump out tomorrow. But that many of us hopefully remain here, and build businesses, build the careers of our dreams, and have governments that enable young people to thrive in the future. So again, thank you everyone for your kind attention.
If we look at one of the major challenges of entrepreneurial development, we recognize that access to funds is a major challenge. Having run the Lagos State Trust Fund, I know you will have possibly supported so many businesses.
And also being the head of the SMEs while you were in IBTC. And as we begin to recollect, we're together in SME. It's a pleasure meeting you again. So, sitting on the desk at IBTC.
What are the critical things that we look out for among entrepreneurs seeking to raise capital? Because I see quite a number of young people here, it's a major challenge for them. How can they scale over that? Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. And I also that this thing is probably a twofold. So the first thing is,
there's always a need for some capacity. Not just capacity in terms of what you're doing, but how well you're able to do your paperwork together. Because whether it's a bank lender, whether it's venture capital, whether it's a state government fund, there are thousands of requests that these guys get every day. So, for example, at NSCN, at the time I left, I believe I did about 15,000 units. But that's 15,000 out of 60,000 applicants. So if there are 60,000 applications, if you say to you, provide evidence of past payments, and you don't put that in there, no one is trying to look for you again, it's gone. It's the same thing with bank lending. If I see an application that doesn't very clearly articulate one, why you need this amount of money, two, how much money is going to come back to the bank, three, what makes you believe that the bank is back. And then any opportunity you bring there, every time you want to do this. So for me, it's just you got to put your best foot forward, right? And the one that I think that really sort of helps me is that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So people will always say, stay here, man of God. You give it to people there. That's no land. Right? Why should I apply? The second conference actually started by instituting those cash reserve requirements as well as improve SME lending banks. So there are banks, for example, that use psychological tools to take decisions. So the lending space is different, right? And actually, I would say early stage investment space is also good. There are people now what's that thing that we just talked about? I don't know what it's called. Future of Joseph Joma, there are quite a lot of people who are now syndicating deals. So if you go around and say, I need backing for capital, I'm looking for more patient capital, you will go through a syndication process. If you get shortlisted, your company gets sent to 100 or 200 investors. Those guys can put $500,000 in the business. Before you know it, you raise like $50,000 to $100,000 and 20 acres. Now, this is something that wasn't in place 4 or 5 years ago. So the opportunities actually deepen a lot. The important thing is just constantly researching and constantly understanding what are the opportunities that we need to take. But there are opportunities there actually, is it difficult? Absolutely. Raising money is difficult. No matter where you are in the world. So access to finance will always be a problem because you are asking somebody for capital. If you are asking somebody for capital, the person must have some confidence that this capital is going to come back to you with a return. So our first reality is research, right? And it's completeness on sort of the documentation that we have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take only one more question.
Yes. My name is Alex. Firstly, I want to thank you myself, Business Roundtable. My question was about the environment and how we can contribute system to looking into the environment and development knowledge and contributing to particular business. So I know about community and social organizations, recognize profits to increase profit over time. So when my team and I were discussing about how we can do something, so we're looking into law. So we see that injustice rises so much in our community. The law binding the law firms, they cannot advertise, and yet there are people, there are industries that are being trained in the law concerns. So I started. So I had a discussion with a lawyer friend, then apparently he said, how will this? So I said, so my question is, when you want to provide solution and the environment, the laws and the community is not actually allowing you to do something, what can you do in that situation?
Thank you.
I mean, very quickly, right? Just recognizing that you operate within the regulatory environment, right? So, there are some, for example, and there are many ways to see that, right? So, for example, the social enterprise whose role is simply to showcase people who are doing jailed incorrectly or people who are awaiting trial, and so your work is really just pounding the streets, pounding the prisons, and putting out there details of people who need help. Because that thing happens today. The job of the time, you have to annual point, right? So, I mean, that actually solves the problem. It might not make a lot of money, it might not make many points, but if you are able to solve the problem, that solves the problem. You don't necessarily have to become a quasi doctor to do that, So, that's one way to work around the problem it is. But ultimately, when you are able to do this, right, one of the things you want to look at is what are the regulatory impediments, right? And sometimes it might, this is not the right business for you to run, right? So all of those things to solve is important so that you don't waste too much time, run yourself off and thank you very much.
To continue the conversation on the employment market and job opportunities for the Nigerian youth, we have Reverend Idowu Ogedengbe, his Executive Assistant in Administration and Human Capital Development to the Executive Governor of Oyo State.
Reverend Idowu Ogedengbe, Executive Assistant on Administration to the Executive Governor of Oyo State. Reverend Idowu Ogedengbe has made a remarkable impact on the empowerment of youth in Oyo State and beyond for 7 consecutive years before becoming the Executive Assistant to the Executive Governor of Oyo State. He has convened the Capacity Development Summit, which attracted resource persons from across the various sectors of the Nigerian economy and youths from all walks of life. He has won several awards in recognition of his leadership, participation in, sustained commitment, and passion to see the downtrodden members of our society rise to become educated, skillful, productive, and respectable individuals. Reverend ID, as he is popularly called, epitomizes professionalism and integrity as a public servant. The trust reposed in him by the executive governor of Oyo State has seen him represent his interests on various committees set up by the government and also in a personal capacity at various events and occasions. He has successfully raised the profile of the clergy in government and continues to contribute towards putting systems in place with a view to making the task of governance more effective and efficient. He played a significant role in the recent recruitment exercise conducted by the Oyo State Host Primary School Teaching Service Commission, TESCOM, which emphasized a selection process that is based on merit using both computer-based tests and thorough oral interviews. UNESCO and other academic bodies adjudged the process as thorough. As the state focal person on human capital development, he currently represents the executive governor on the committee set up towards the implementation of 774,000 jobs under the Special Public Works Program by the federal government of Nigeria in Oyo State. He also facilitates necessary engagements between the National Economic Council, Core Working Group on Human Capital Development, and the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies in Oyo State. He is currently facilitating a partnership between the Human Capital Development Office of the Oyo State Government and the National Directorate of Employment towards establishing artisan skills, entrepreneurship, and empowerment programs for the youth in Oyo State. Reverend ID is an authorized dealing clerk of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and has over 20 years hands-on experience that spans banking, stockbroking, financial advisory, investment research, and consulting. He was a director of Don Lauren Merrifield Securities Limited and managing director of Vintage Wealth Managers Limited. He was also group head, investor relations for the United Bank of Africa Limited. He had a stint of commercial banking as head of the Energy and Resources Directorate, UBA North Bank, Abuja. Prior to his posting to the North, he was a member of the equity trading team at UBA Global Markets and was earlier the pioneer head of research team at UBA Global Markets. Before joining UBA Global Markets, Reverend Ogedembe was the head of investment strategy and research at FCMB Capital Markets Group and also worked at Financial Derivatives Limited, where he was senior investment officer for financial advisory and research. He started his career at Terados Consulting as an economic and business analyst. Reverend Idowu Ogedembe holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. He is an associate of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, Certified Pension Institute of Nigeria, and Chartered Institute of Management in Nigeria. He was a part-time facilitator at the Enterprise Development Center under the African Leadership Foundation. Reverend ID resides in Ibadan with his wife, Oluwatoyin, and their 4 children, Melody, Joy, John, and Victoria.
My task is quite simple. I'm meant to look at the exploring the employment market and job opportunities for Nigerian youth. And this is a very important topic because we are at a stage in the Nigerian economy when there is consistent rise in unemployment. The number of youths that are getting out of school are not quite significant and higher than the spaces and the opportunities that the employment market has. And so there is a need for us to look at the prospects, the opportunities, provide employment for young people. And I'm going to be doing a presentation. Very quickly, I have some slides. I'll take us through on a top to bottom approach. First and foremost, let us see what the microeconomic environment looks like. Then we would go to the policy. What's the role of policy? What government ought to be doing? And I will also look at what we are doing as a state government. Then I will consider the opportunities that what we are doing is meant to open up for prospective investors. And finally, I will share with us some of the effects or the impact of what we have done so far. Maybe I should start before I move into my presentation to respond to what my friend Lee asked me for what he said. Broadband access is very critical. The future of business is artificial intelligence. The way we manage complex financial transactions, we make payment across borders, the way we run businesses will be largely dependent on artificial intelligence. And we, as a government, we pride ourselves in science, in data, and in logic. We do all that we do driven by a need, driven by facts, driven by evidences. So we know that the future is technology. One way we are trying to reduce the cost of laying fiber optic is to partner with prospective investors that will come in and take on that responsibility across the state, so that prospective entrepreneurs within the e-commerce space will be able to leverage on that platform. We know that economics of large-scale production reduces the cost. So if we are able to, on a large-scale basis, deploy that infrastructure across the state, it will reduce the cost to prospective entrepreneurs, those who want to start their own business in the technology space. Now, let me go quickly, because I'm really running for time. The World Bank is saying that Nigeria's growth is going to be at 1.9 and to increase to 2.1 between 2020 and 2021. This is lagging behind what the estimates for sub-Saharan Africa is at 3.4 and 4% between the same period. They also estimate that the inflation in Nigeria is going to be at 16.5% for 2021 as against 5.9% for sub-Saharan Africa, excluding Nigeria. Let me move to the second slide because of time. And the impact of that is that many people would become poorer. More people, they estimate that about above 11 million people would fall below the poverty line. What are the causes of the challenges we are facing? The slow growth. We are all acquainted with this, so I won't really belabor it. Poor infrastructure, weak productivity. We depend a lot on importation. Most of the things that we would ordinarily produce in Nigeria, we import them. So that is weakening our naira. The number of years that our reserves will cover in terms of number of years for import cover is reducing. And we also know that as a result of COVID-19, there has been a slow growth globally that affected the price of oil revenue of oil in the international market. So what we are getting from oil is declining, or has been declining. We are earning lesser from oil revenues, and that is also impacting on our forest reserves. So the capacity to pay for import is reducing by the day. Foreign direct investment is also reducing. And apart from that, we have all the internal crises, kidnapping, armed conflict, herdsmen and farmers, number of forced displacements, people can't go to their farm to do their business, armed robberies, terrorist attacks, militant activities, general insurrection and insecurity threats. These are real issues that continue to impact on the growth of our nation. And so what is government doing? Because government exists to ensure that they come up with policies that would lead to economic prosperity, lead to GDP growth, ensure that there is job creation, reduce unemployment. So what are the policies that government is taking? Or what are the policies that government has been coming up with? I won't be speaking for the federal government, but I will be speaking for the Oyo State government. Oyo State is a prime investment destination, or prime business destination. We have 8.5 million population. That is a ready market. Our population makes us to be an attractive market for entrepreneurs. We also have a few things, going on for us. We are the sixth in terms of non-oil GDP productivity in Nigeria. We are also privileged to have standard railway passing through Oyo State from Lagos to Ibadan. We also have an airport that is being expanded. The runway is being expanded so that cargo plane could land there, so that plane could actually stay in Oyo State overnight. Presently, they have to go to Lagos to refuel to come back, so that has affected the prospect for business. But we'll soon be seeing that become a thing of the past. We have massive arable lands suitable for agriculture. So for us as a state government, we are clear about the direction we want to take. We want to lead a private sector. We want a private sector-led economy. That is the vision, that is the aspiration of this government. And so we want to do that in the areas that we know and we are sure that we have competitive advantage, in the areas of agribusiness, mineral development, and tourism. And so we have recognized that these are the areas that we want to concentrate on to take advantage of our comparative advantage. We target our infrastructural development to those critical sectors, those critical areas. We construct roads to ensure that there's easy movement between the farm and the city, the market. Then, let me quickly run because of time. On the area of security, we have been doing quite a number of things. We've been investing significantly in security because we know that when the environment is insecure, investors will not be able to come in and invest. They'll be afraid because one of the rules of investment is safety. The first rule of investment is safety. You have to ensure that your capital is preserved and you also have the prospect to make good returns. So we are very deliberate in ensuring that we provide adequate security. We also ensure that we have enough revenues. What are the things that we need to do to rev up our revenue so that we'll be able to meet up with provision of capital goods? And there have been efforts that we've made in that regard. We have been able to cover gaps in the area of the number of people that are not within the tax net.
Recording in progress.
We didn't increase the taxes. We have not increased taxes. What we have been doing is to ensure that
people begin to have the effect of governance, and by reason of that, they will also be very inclined to pay their taxes. So we broaden our tax net. We've been able to tap the underground economy, bring them into perspective. We've been able to automate our revenue collective system so that you don't have to, if you need to make payments, you don't have to be under so much pressure. You can make payments through various technological platforms. And that also relates to even the business registration processes. We are trying to ensure that we have a one-stop business registration center. If you need to come to your state to start a business, you can come to just one office, and in that office, all the process that you need, you will be able to get it attended to.
I'm going to be presenting an award to the Reverend based on his achievements and contributions to the youth.
Build the youth, build the youth, build the nation. Destroy the youth, destroy the nation. SA Youth, you're welcome. You're welcome, sir. The Honorable Commissioner of Business Sports, Honorable Shofa Project in absentia. My name is Honorable Prince Femi Ademo, member of Nigerian Youth Parliament. I am here to present an award of icon to Pastor Idowu Ogedengbe for his exceptional global youth economic development. We just concluded a 4-day youth summit with the theme Leadership Series 1, Entrepreneurial Development, Unemployment, Security, and Education. It was a 4-day youth summit, and we carefully selected our bodies, and these are people that have been contributing immensely to the socio-economic development of the youth. So we use this opportunity to present this award on behalf of the Nigerian Youth Parliament to award of icon of global socio-economic and development and empowerment of the youth, presented to Pastor Idowu Ogedengbe. Congratulations.
Moving very quickly to the panel sessions now, where we'll have a format where we have the speaker will give a 10-minute introduction of the topic to be discussed, and then we'll have the panel come up to discuss what was spoken about by the speaker.
JJ Omojua, blogger and international speaker. JJ Omojua is a Nigerian author, blogger, and international speaker. He is the founder and the chief strategist at the Alpha Reach, one of Nigeria's foremost digital media companies. He is the convener of the Conversations on Democracy and Development. His best-selling book, Digital, The New Code of Wealth, #Digital Wealth Book, broke social media and sales records in its first month of release. He is on the board of several companies and organizations, including the Convention on Business Integrity, founded by Nigeria's Vice President Yemi Osibajo, and Kashim Ibrahim Fellowship, Nigeria's foremost fellowship program, founded by the Kaduna State Government. He is a renowned international speaker and has addressed audiences across all of Africa's regions, Europe, North, South, and Central America, often leading conversations on challenges and opportunities in Africa, new media, democracy, and governance. He was a guest lecturer at the Free University in Berlin, where he lectured on the impact of new media on civil disobedience. He is a regular delegate at the Halifax International Security Forum, Nova Scotia, Canada. Omojua is often listed among Africa's most influential people by reputable organizations and media houses, including Credit Suisse The Bulletin. He has been featured on local and international media platforms, including TV, radio, and magazines. He is a King's College Lagos Old Boy. He is also an alumnus of the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, the University College London, the United States International Visitors Leadership Program, the Anguita Forum, and so on. Omojua completed an MSc in Behavior Change program at the Faculty of Brain Sciences, UCL, on the UK government's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office Chevening Scholarship. He tweets via @Omojua. Olaoluwa Olorunishomo, co-founder of Seed Builders Innovation Hub and Foundation. Olaoluwa Olorunishomo is a business strategist, entrepreneur, and a public speaker. He is the co-founder of Seed Builders Innovation Hub and Foundation. He helps startups and entrepreneurs with tools, mentorship connections, and funding to make their business run more efficiently and become scalable through innovative methodologies. In the last couple of years, he has assisted in the setup of several startups and provided professional training for public and private institutions. He is extremely passionate about everything entrepreneurship and has organized and worked on different business and entrepreneurship conferences with prominent speakers such as U.S. President Bill Clinton, Bear Grylls, Ruby Wax, Levi Roots, Caprice Barrett, CEO of Google, PayPal, EE, Fela Durotoye, Jimmy Tewe, Steve Harris, Trickabees, just to mention a few, in both the United Kingdom and Nigeria. As a social impact agent with Seed Builders Foundation, he transforms lives and communities for better. He empowers young entrepreneurs with social impact solutions by increasing their capacity to do more good through the success of their businesses. He assists to set up digital skills acquisition centers, business incubation, and empowerment centers for local communities to increase the number of skilled individuals, which makes room for employment, entrepreneurship, reduction in poverty and insecurity, thus improving the society and invariably the economy at large. Barrister Temiolu Ashamu, Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources. Temiolu Ashamu is the Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources. He is a transaction lawyer trained in the United Kingdom and Nigeria with solid experience in commercial law, foreign investments, taxation, labor law, banking and finance, law, free zone regulation, arbitration, as well as civil and criminal litigation. He attended the University of Kent, United Kingdom, graduating with an LLB with honors and obtaining a Master's of Law degree from University College London, University of London, United Kingdom. He is a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Law Society, UK, and the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK. Aditayo Bamiduro, CEO and co-founder, Max.ng and Max Okada. Aditayo Bamiduro is the co-founder and CEO of Max, a pioneering mobility infrastructure and services company based in Nigeria. Max is creating technology, financial services, and EV infrastructure to power Africa's $250 billion mobility industry. Max has unlocked $40 million plus in capital and is backed by elite global investors such as Alethea Capital, Yamaha, MasterCard, Nova Star Ventures, and Breakthrough Energy Ventures, representing the largest fundraise by a mobility company based in sub-Saharan Africa. Previously, Aditayo worked as a software engineer, product manager, and management consultant at PwC, Dalberg, and Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas. Aditayo has been awarded the Alibaba E-Founders Fellowship, MIT Legatum Fellowship, and the World Economic Forum's Inclusive Growth Award. Aditayo holds an MBA from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and London Business. Oluwaseun Fakorede, Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports in Oyo State. Oluwaseun Temidayo Fakorede is the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Oyo State Government, Nigeria, and a United Nations Ambassador for Peace. He is also the founder and executive director of Home Advantage Africa, a social development and youth empowerment advocacy nonprofit organization. the recipient of the prestigious Future Awards Africa Prize for Governance 2020, Sheung believes more African millennials are going to lead tremendous impact in the next few years of human history than ever before, and his responsibility is to raise more men to lead this vanguard. Sheung's passion and work has promoted leadership development and accountability for millennials as critical indices to Africa's development through seminars, conferences, and other platforms. He is an engineer, entrepreneur, consultant, and author. Sheung, together with his amazing team, run Home Advantage Africa, HAA, a non-profit devoted to promoting local dominance and global stardom in Africa through digital storytelling and other projects of similar ilk. As a proactive, seasoned, and dedicated professional with almost a decade of experience providing comprehensive administrative, operational, and managerial supports to various organizations, Sheung's expertise lies in coordinating and leading administrative and operational functions for senior-level personnel and executives. Backed by exceptional communication and multitasking capabilities, he excels at delivering remarkable results and driving optimal efficiency and success. The Sheung Fakorede, as he is professionally known, enjoys focusing on the topics of sustainable development and leadership that result in national socio-economic transformation with an incorruptible passion for youth empowerment, good governance, and nation building. Sheung loves reading books, discovering new ideas, trying new foods, and traveling. He is keenly interested in everything about Africa, inspiring and nurturing viable networks and relationships across the continent. Ebunoluwa Akinwale, CEO, Nature Streets CAF. Ebunoluwa Akinwale is a lawyer who studied at the University of Ibadan, then went on to the Nigerian Law School, Victoria Island. During her court attachment was when she decided the wig and gown life wasn't for her. She worked about 5 years in the telecommunications industry and oil and gas downstream, both in the capacity of an administrative personnel, then administrative and human resource manager. In 2013, she decided to be more involved with her children's daily routine and start her wellness consulting company when she had found wellness over 10 years ago. Ebunoluwa had lost about 37.8 kilograms in total in about 11 months and started helping many people achieve same. It started as a passionate hobby, then became business, officially launching on the 1st of May 2013. So in essence, she is a wellness coach by passion, vision, and profession, and also a certified nutritionist. She pioneered Ibadan's first wellness and organic cafe, Nature Streets Cafe, currently operating in 2 major areas of the city, with the first outlet formerly situated at the Palms Mall. She is very passionate about youth empowerment and development and a budding public speaker. She is a fit fam enthusiast, fashion enthusiast, and grateful for being a source of inspiration to many. She is a wife and also mom to 3 beautiful, amazing, and inquisitive children. Adeshola Ladoja, CEO, Simply Green Limited. Adeshola Ladoja Adeshola is a practical farmer with vast knowledge of greenhouse and open field crop production. He has received several awards for entrepreneurship in agriculture and was recognized by renowned international experts and Forbes magazine for his dedication to agriculture in Nigeria. He currently leads Simply Green Limited, which specializes in the cultivation, processing, and packaging of vegetables. Under his leadership, Simply Green Limited has been successful in its mission to reduce imported vegetables in Nigeria, which has led to higher than expected revenue for the company. He has worked with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in an advisory role and has worked on projects from agricultural equipment hiring enterprises and taking a key position in implementing different youth employment on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. He is currently a consultant for Oyo State Agribusiness Development Agency with the responsibility of creating the Oyo State Agribusiness Policy and Governance Program, Agribusiness Development Program, and Youth in Agribusiness Program to propel the same as the pace setter in modern agriculture in Nigeria. Are Gbenga Eyolawi, Chief Trader of Titan Farms NG. Are Gbenga Eyolawi is a Nigerian entrepreneur, marketing professional, and political strategist. He is the Chief Trader of Titan Farms NG, a real estate and food processing outfit where he presently has 96 direct staff, the Titan family, and has over 6,000 people indirectly making money through him. Notable amongst their products are Nigeria rice, Titan rice, and Titan yam flour that are processed and distributed across southwest Nigeria. It is unarguably the fastest growing food business in southwest Nigeria, having gained significant presence across all states in southwest Nigeria in less than a year of business operations. Titan Farms now has an office and Titan Food store in Dubai, which is the first of what will be a worldwide chain over the next 2 years. Growing up, he learned the art of trading from his mom, while he assisted to make ends meet by hawking pure water at motor parks and herbal products, while he added his own little profit to the expected sales price. Around Ile-Ife, during weekends and holidays all through his secondary school days, which helped shape his entrepreneurial journey even when he was in the university at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, where he was a Student Entrepreneur of the Year twice in his department, as he was one of the pioneers of branded t-shirts productions in schools. His yearning for knowledge and growth gave him stints across various marketing and management schools and institutions. He has over the time groomed mentees that now have successful businesses and have won awards nationally and internationally. Gbenga has a foundation, Titan Foundation, where over the past 4 years have sponsored selected indigents on full secondary education and sponsored some other ones in the university, mainly based on merit. Before Titan Farms, he was a core real estate person with over 300 acres of land in different locations in Oyo and Osun states, where he aims to have Titan Farm cities, self-sustained agriculture and residential cities, a project that has since started. The real estate business is now married to his food processing and trading business and runs under the Titan Group, headquartered in Ibadan, where he is called the man that helped put agriculture in a new perspective. His rice processing mill sits on a 10-acre facility in Ibadan and will be ready for commercial operations in 1 month alongside the Titan flour mill and vegetable oil bottling plant. He has several awards to his name and the brand, the most recent being the Best Supportive Brand of the Year by Blings Award for his support for small and upcoming businesses in southwest Nigeria. He is the recipient of the Royal African Award 2021 by the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, and thus inducted as a member of the Royal Court. He was recently named and awarded Distinguished CEO of the Year 2021 by Lit City University, Ibadan. He is the recipient of the Prominent People's Award. He was also honored by the Olubadan of Ibadan land with a chieftaincy title, Are Kebimapalu of Ibadan land, for his impact in ensuring food availability and affordability, and for ensuring price stability in Ibadan through competitive strategies that have forced other brands to play. He is a fellow of the Institute of the Personality Development and Customer Relationship Management and a member of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. He is also a member of various credible businesses and recreational organizations, including but not limited to Ibadan Golf Club, Ibadan Recreational Club, Ibadan Polo Club, Ibadan Chamber of Commerce, Ife Chamber of Commerce, Industry Minds and Agriculture, Junior Chambers International. He is the patron of Sports Writers Association Nigeria, Oyo State Brand, and also the patron of Freelance and Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, Oyo State Branch. Ayola Jolayemi. Ayola Jolayemi has distinguished himself as a man blessed with the gift of creativity and idea development. He is also established as a voice in strategy, leadership, and management. He is the managing director of Riverbank Technologies and Engineering Services Limited, the master franchise owner in Nigeria for CADD Center Training Services Limited, the world's largest provider of computer-aided designs training. He has been involved in leading teams for high performance for 15 years, both within and outside Nigeria. He has an executive management program certificate from London School of Business and Finance in UK. He is also a certified project manager and a certified Microsoft project professional. Ayola sits on the board of a number of companies and NGOs in Nigeria. He has also been a member of the board of IT for the Redeemed Christian Church of God worldwide since 2010. He has been involved in several groundbreaking projects within and outside Nigeria and has a passion for providing mentorship and an enabling environment for new and emerging ideas. He is the convener of the Edge Series Summit, an annual youth capacity development initiative established in 2014. The summit and its smaller cluster activities is targeted at young entrepreneurs and undergraduates, ensuring that they are prepared to take up the challenges of nation building through hands-on instructional sessions and business support systems. Ayola is happily married with 3 sons.
Before the panel session commences, we will have a short speech by JJ Omojola, who is joining us live via Zoom, all the way from the city of Abuja. JJ, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's such a privilege to be here. I see a number of my friends in the audience and on the panel. I'd like to say congratulations to Nii, a fellow KCOB, for doing this. I hope that we get to have more platforms like this. A lot of times I hear people say that these meetings and these conferences and forums, they're just for talk. But the truth of the matter is you cannot make change happen without people coming together to debate ideas, to share ideas, to have arguments, to agree to disagree without being disagreeable, and to make commitments to make change happen. And I've been privileged to listen to a lot of the speakers before I came up myself. And one thing that is clear is that we will not be lacking in ideas when it comes to this particular meeting. We will not be lacking in what to do. The question is, are you going to take action individually? And apart from that, one other thing that has generally been lacking this side of the world is that we are not able to work together as a collective. So people would rather set up a business, a 10 million naira business alone, than work with 10 people to set up a 200 million naira business, which, if you look at it, the coming together of 2 and 3 is not just an additive forward movement. In more ways than none, it's geometric in terms of numbers. So whilst you're here today listening, one of the things you can do that I suggest you do is to actually find a way to meet people, to network, to find ways of engaging people that would not just benefit your own business, but people that you can actually also contribute value to them, whether their business or their personal lives. I think it goes a long way. If you pay attention, if you paid attention to the Men Who Made America documentary and other such documentaries, you would find that, including conversations around hip hop and contemporary culture, even in Nigeria, minus the ones that we always know about the Americans, you'd find out that a lot of people that made change happen in different industries somehow met at some point in time, whether they met in school, whether they grew up on the same street, whether somebody was in somebody's studio and somebody was visiting, or somebody met somebody through someone's girlfriend. There's always an intersection of people, because at that intersection is ideas. So for me, I just like to say that we will not be lacking in ideas. We're going to get more ideas from the other speakers on the panel. What will matter, in my own opinion, is what do you do after this? When you leave this space, what are you going to commit to doing that you've not done before? And secondly, are you going to live here the same way you came? No new friends, no new connections, no new and when I say connections, I don't mean people that you go and meet for pictures. That's not connecting. You can have your pictures, but that's not connecting. That's farming. And I don't also mean people you go and meet because you want to be able to tell them to send you money for rent in 2 weeks or in a month. You are not helping yourself. I mean people you will meet that as soon as you start talking to them, they are able to recognize the value that you bring to the table. And that way they identify their own interest in you. And then when they identify their interest in you, you've already established an opportunity to make money off them in the future. Outside of that, you're going to look like a beggar, you're going to look desperate, and that's not sustainable. If I've said anything that makes anybody feel uncomfortable, I apologize for that. But really and truly, if we want to move forward, we must not be afraid of hearing the truth, nothing but the truth and the whole truth. And that's what I believe that this panel has the capacity to offer us. And I wish everybody all the best. Thank you very much.
To our panel, JJ has set the floor. What I will do first will be to ask one question. And I'll have us answer across board, starting with the woman in the room. We said ladies first. Mrs. Ebolu Akiwale. Currently, the unemployment rate in Nigeria as of 2021 is 32.5%, the second highest on the global list. Where did we get it wrong?
I was speaking with me, like a few days ago, and he sort of brought up this question, and I told him blatantly that in as much as we all say that there are no jobs and all that, but how many people are employed with you? Because I run a healthy restaurant, so I've had to try and employ people. So my staff strength now is about 25, and trust me, it's shocking because I've come across a lot of people that have CVs decorated with Investor of the Fair, Investor of the Lorry, and I was just alarmed that, okay, why would these guys even be applying to come and work with the restaurant? Why are they not chasing, what they read in school and all of that? But then it's pretty clear. When we do interviews with some of these guys, I'm like, are you sure you went to the restaurant? Because there's a huge gap. Now, I'm not sure where that gap is from, whether it is the Gen Z thing, where a lot of people are not that grounded anymore, and taking a lot of their work seriously, or it's a matter of the country generally, parents are chasing career and hustling too much and not really taking the time to imbibe this extra discipline and culture into the kids. But generally, there's no one answer. It's a total package. So in as much as there may not be so many jobs because of the economy, but I think a lot of it contributes more about the employability of the individuals. Because trust me, like Mr. Akin said, if you're employable, they will rush you. You will have so many options. You will have a lot of options. So bottom line is we need to learn to work on ourselves and make ourselves employable. And then the few jobs that are available will be available to you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pass this question again to another employer of labor, the MD of Max NG. Where did we get it wrong in terms of the unemployment rate in Nigeria as of today? And when you're done, I'll pass another employer of labor. So before we then go to government, to give us a perspective as to that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, wonderful. I was actually going to pass the mic to executive assistant to His Excellency, since it's the government that is responsible for everything. He's already saying no. But there's not much to add to what Madam has said. We can postulate and talk about statistics. Right? 42% unemployment rate amongst young people in Nigeria today. In ages, I think 15 to 34, right? And about 3 to 4 million young Nigerians are joining the working age population every single year. So there's not enough jobs already, and then a lot more people are coming to that, working into operation. So the question then is there hope for me? When we talk about Nigeria, we're not just talking about your state or Illinois. We're also talking about all the 776 local governments across the country. The reality is that if you are here today, if you are here listening to all this, you are here, you should not consider yourself part of that statistic. And the reason is simple, you are privileged. If you are here today, you are one of the top 5% privileged Nigerians. So if you are talking about unemployment, we should be talking about those who don't have access to any kind of schools, who are locked up in rural locations where there's no power, there's no electricity, there's no internet, right? But if you are here, you don't really have an excuse for not being employed. And I'll go back to what Madam already said. If you can make yourself employable, we can complain about all the things that are going wrong, and can the government do a lot more than they're doing? Of course they can. But the question is, are you going to have your own destiny on what the government does? Governments come and go, but you remain. So what are you going to do? And like I said, it's been said already, there's so much knowledge out there. Even if you're not being taught everything you need to know by your professors in school, the internet is there, YouTube is there, Google is there, all the resources that you need to learn any skill or any trade are right at your fingertips, right? So it's time for us to take responsibility and not to blame a lack of opportunities or any excuses out there.
Thank you very much, to Ari, you employed 96, how would you call that? 1,000 people, or 6,000 people, or 96 people, and there are 6,000 who have affidavits. What has been the peculiar experience you've had interacting with people? Now, mind you, I'm still going to come out to the government, because there's a big error, or we call it an erroneous view, that government provides jobs, which I think we need to tackle squarely here today, so that our minds are disabused from that wrong notion. But before we get there, what has been your experience with working with young Nigerians when it comes to attention to details, when it comes to resilience, when it comes to knowledge in itself, and when it comes to continuity, as when it comes to sustainability of their work? So what has been your experience so far, running Titan Group as a whole? And now tying that to what Mrs. Akimani said and what Mr. Abamaju also mentioned in terms of employability and unemployment, where is the intersection?
Thank you so much. The word said, people say what I had in my mind, and I was smiling because people say there are no jobs in Nigeria, but that's absolutely not true. When we talk about employment rate, I just smile like, okay, what index, what factor are they actually looking at? Because whatever factor you use may not be what I use. So if you are to ask me to rate employment rating or to do employment rating in Nigeria, my result will be different from whatever the government has. This is why. Of everyone that have ever applied to Tatel Farms, we have them go through the HR, but till today, I can tell you confidently, they have never looked at any of their CVs. I don't know what they study, I don't know the schools they went to. And when I promote, I never have the HR, let me see the CV before I promote this person. Your performance will determine everything. And now, you go to an organization and tell you no vacancy. That's a lie. I have only worked in my life at an organization for anyone. Once, and that was 3 months. And what happened those 3 months? Before then, I've had a lot of offers, I turned it down. At that particular moment in my life, I was confused on what step to take next in my business life. Okay, in this period, let me just take a job. And at the time when people were saying no vacancy at a particular organization, no vacancy at P&G, let me just be direct. I walked into P&G and I told them, this is what I want to do for you, employ me. I took the job the following day. I went through the process, of course. There was no vacancy. There was no advert. P&G has a lot of rigorous processing. If you ever try to apply them, they took you through the process 1 under 2 days. No advertisement. So if you can walk into an organization, if you believe you have the value to offer them, no safe employer would hear you say what he needs and will tell you there's no vacancy here. So the question should be, do you have value to offer? As as long as you have value to offer, consider yourself employed anyway.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, if you have questions in the people in the audience, please pass your questions to Mimi. She will go around and just signify so we can capture as many of your own heartaches, as it were. But please make it succinct. No beating around the bush. Straight to the point. I'm asking Honorable Timmy or Barrister Timmy Asham this question. Now, I understand very well that people say government is not providing jobs. But I want to put this forward that what I believe is a gap is government is not providing an enabling environment for jobs to thrive. What exactly is the role of government when it comes to providing systems and structures that support thriving businesses? What is that happening in terms of taxation, in terms of infrastructure, and you are in energy, sir, in terms of power? Because we know that one of the biggest challenges that Nigerian businesses are facing is power.
Sorry, the biggest challenge I'm speaking as an entrepreneur.
Yes.
The biggest challenge we have in Nigeria today is power.
It's power. Thank you very much.
So if Honorable Teddy can give us power, everybody here will have jobs.
Yeah. So the question now is, we're not asking you to provide jobs. We're saying, can you provide an enabling environment for jobs to thrive? Please, over to you, sir.
All right. Well, good afternoon to all of us here. I think first and foremost, the thrust of the question is exactly what I actually wanted to contribute to this discourse. We've heard a lot talking about employability and the likes. As a member of the state government, I actually think it's quite important for those of us that occupy these offices to take responsibility and to be accountable for creating an enabling environment, not for government to employ people, because there are a limited number of jobs in the public sector, but to create that enabling environment so that the private sector can actually take up the bulk of the employment sector and thrive that way. With regards to creating an enabling environment, and Nia has been so gracious to really work at the doorsteps of the office I currently occupy, there's a lot that can be done. Definitely, infrastructure is critical to the ease of doing business in any society. And ultimately, if you want the private sector to employ a lot more, you need to make sure that within your domain, business is easy to do. One of the biggest overheads for all business owners is actually the cost of power. I was literally just speaking with the MD of Max NG, and they visited my office sometime last year with their Max 2 bikes. And what we did was we said to them that for all of our mini grids, so these are isolated energy solutions that we're doing, we'll actually offer them the facilities so that they can charge their electric bikes. This is something quite small that we've been able to do. In terms of properly setting the ground, the power sector is a very convoluted sector in Nigeria today, and it's actually on the exclusive list of the Constitution, which means it falls within the purview of the federal government. But in the sense of being accountable and responsible to the residents of our state, that's why this administration in Oyo State decided to set up a Ministry of Energy and see how, within the bounds of the regulation and the law, we can actually assist the residents of Oyo State. Just to
interject you very quickly on that. I understand very well that in the energy law, there are some that are exclusive lists, but there is also the window of captive energy within the 5 megawatt band. What is the government doing in that sense?
So you literally just took the words out of that. So in terms of facilitating the process here in Oyo State, I just want to speak on 2 projects that we're running in the ministry. The first is is an extension of the gas pipeline infrastructure to Oyo State. I think the initial is to have 20 million scos of gas per day. What that means is that industrially, on an industrial level and for manufacturing and for businesses like that, the cost of doing business will necessarily go down because you don't have to spend a lot of money on diesel. That's what we're doing, and we partnered with Shell Nigeria Gas to actually extend the gas pipeline into Oyo State. We expect first gas to arrive in Q1 of next year. We also have projects with regards to independent power plants. So this is the captive and the embedded that we were speaking about. Initially, as an anchor off-taker, it's actually going to be government, and then that will extend and grow organically. So businesses that are set up within the CBD, that's the Central Business Districts that we have in Ibadan, will be the first beneficiaries of those projects. We expect to break ground on that within the next 30 days. So these are some of the things that we've actually been doing as a state government to make sure that we put in place the kind of infrastructure that is needed to make business easy for the private sector, so that the private sector can actually be the largest employer of labor in the state. And of course, the one that really rolls off the tongue is the Light Up Oyo project. Naturally, if you're investing in a society and you're putting your money down, you want to ensure that your investment is secure and that you get a return on that investment. The security comes in many forms. There's the economic security, but there's also the real security. And in terms of real security, that's why we've decided that we are going to deploy in excess of 300 kilometers of public lighting in the state. So for those of us that are here in this room, you've probably driven around the city and you've seen lots of black poles that don't have lights on. That's all the public lighting that this government is doing for the business.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this.
Sorry, a couple of panelists are not in sync with the Honorable Commissioner Connect.
Okay.
So I beg to allow Mrs. Ebola to speak about what the Commissioner just said.
Okay.
It's not like we're not in sync. I'm really excited about all the things you've listed out. It's comforting for people like us. But I just wanted to bring it home, the reality of the power situation. I know, we all live, we're all at home and all that. It feels bad, but we can manage if you're not reliant on it. But the moment your business is, there are businesses like my boss here. He has an amazing business, but he's not reliant on power anymore. I'm sure, I think so, because he has a beautiful administrative face. If there's no lights, the inverter can be on, and then fan is cooling everybody. So it's not like a do or die. They don't, I can't even try it. Why I'm this passionate about it, because as passionate as I am about my business, because that's what founded my business, I was willing to end it in general. That's what I want to talk about it. I'm totally passionate about my business. I have a mentor. So you can imagine me getting to that point. Wow, we're doing the financials of the business, and then we're like, okay, this is how much we made. I'm like, I'm not bad for a small business that is like niche. I mean, what we do, if anybody knows what we do, it's not jollof rice or amala, which is mainstream, which will probably have a lot of turnover in Ibadan. We're like Greek yogurt, chicken wraps, smoothies and stuff. So we pioneered in Ibadan, so we're just beginning to gain ground. So for them, I was like, I'm not bad on that, thank God. And then my husband goes, calm down, let's put the expense against the revenue. No, I literally felt fever. Like fever just came upon me and I was like, so what am I doing? Why am I stressed out with the operations? I'm trying to run operations. You know, when you're a business owner, no matter how structured it be, it's a process. So right now, I'm probably PR, marketing manager, CEO, operations manager, fire, contracted HR and all that. So you're doing so many things. You do so much work. You're being a mom and all of that. And then you're doing all of that, and at the end of the day, put expense against this, and there's pretty much nothing. As long as the business can pay salaries, we tell you what. You can buy what the products to keep it running. But is that what business is about, really? Please, I need a response. Do you really want to go into business just going to pay your staff and buy orange and apple and chicken? Exactly. So for me, that's not like, you know what? People pay me. Kukuma will see what you live. Oh, let me put on there. And then, in fact, initially, he thought it was just a hobby. So, why is stressing myself? So, let me put on there. All the things I've been doing is not like I'm not paying children's school fees. So, let me just know that I'm just chilling. When I ask my mom, I'm baby girl. When I go out, and I can just rest. Because the running costs are ridiculous, and power is the most ridiculous. Okay, so in one of our branches, we do like 50 liters of diesel every other day. Please, can you do the math? How much is smoothie? How much is party? So I just needed to brand so that you can know the reality.
Thanks. So just to put this to
I think it's already television.
Yes, you will, but I want to help put this in perspective so that the question can be a little bit more rounded. Now, I understand very well that government, like we said, provides enabling infrastructure and for businesses to thrive. We have businesses who are probably in Lagos or in some part of the metropolis that are very big, and they want to come to a city like Ibadan thanks to the federal government's effort on the rail project. What are the things you would advertise right now? Because I'm sure you're in government, so yourself, Honorable Michelle and Reverend, what are you going to sell to a new business or a growing business that wants to come to Ibadan or to Oyo State today as the value proposition, as the unique selling proposition that Oyo State is offering that is not in any other state?
If we're talking about value proposition in Oyo State, that's the first thing. Our strength is in the people that we have here in this state. After that, I think that there's a lot of, yes, Lagos is the commercial hub of the Federal Republic, that's granted. But Ibadan as a city and Oyo State as a state is far enough from Lagos for us to actually provide a credible and competitive alternative. So for instance, you're talking about businesses who want to come and set up in Oyo State. We know what the situation in Apapa is like, right? We actually have the rail now that stops in Monia, not too far from here. And there's an industrial corridor that is being developed there.
Timelines?
Pardon?
Timelines?
We've already approved the UNESCO. So with regards to strict timelines, it's not within my mandate to talk about those strict timelines, but I can see that the government has approved it. Now, what that means is that, and there's a dry port there, so what that means is that you can actually bring in your goods, your raw materials, or you can manufacture them here in Ibadan and put them on the train for them to be exported outside of Nigeria, and you don't have all the issues that you end up with traffic and all the likes in Lagos. In addition to that, and what's quite important, is the environment that we are creating here. So if you come and set up business or set up shop in our industrial clusters, one of the things that I can say to you is that you will have your power, your energy, and it will be at a competitive price to what you get on the national grid today. And the reason why we do that is simply because we want the private sector to employ the young and teen residents that we have in the States. Now, I fully appreciate the issues of doing business in Nigeria generally. It's not about doing business in other states. It's doing business in Nigeria. The running costs, so your recurrent expenditure is huge when you're spending a huge amount of your revenue on diesel and on petrol. There are things that we are doing here in this state to try and make sure that those running costs go down. Just last week I was in Abuja to go and meet the managing director of TCN, that's the transmission company of Nigeria, who bring the high tension electricity into Oyo State. Now we actually secured commitments that will get another 330 kVA substation in Ibadan. We only have one at the moment and it was built in the 70s. Kano has 3. But the population of Ibadan is comparable to that of the city of Kano. These are some of the things that we are doing as a government. of Oyo State, as a responsible government of Oyo State, to make sure that the lives and livelihoods of the people in our, of the residents of our state are actually better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I'll be coming to Mr. Olorunishon. We're in the age, what we call the fourth industrial revolution, where we're talking about AI, machine learning, and the internet. Where are the jobs for the people in this room? What sectors should they be looking at if they will be competitive and really valuable in this dispensation?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the panelists on the table as well. So, where are the jobs? For me, the co-founder of CBDA's Innovation Hub. So, we focus on technology, we focus on innovation. There are massive opportunities out there when it comes to the digital world right now. COVID-19 showed everybody in the world that this is the time to now go into the digital space. So the skills you should be looking out for is, yes, you're in university, right? But aside from the degree, you need to have skills. And what skills should you be looking at? You can look at UI UX. A lot of people develop apps every day, but the experience with that app is not seamless, right? So looking at UI UX, how can I design something that my customer can just access, download, get my services, get it done, quick, right? You look at also data science. People need to take, right now we're looking at machine learning AI, right? Where it starts from you looking at data. How can I use data to interpret what's going to happen in the future, right? They're saying there are no jobs, there are no jobs. Yes, sometimes they do, there are no jobs, right? But in entrepreneurship, there's massive opportunities. But you should be looking at areas where there's scarcity, right? Don't do what everybody's doing. Jump on, add areas, right? Which is what I mentioned. There's scarcity in UI UX, especially for young girls and women, right? As a young girl, if you decide to focus on areas like this. So UI UX basically is just user interface, user experience. So if you have an app, something like the place that could be filter with, when I sign up, how fast can I just sign up, right? Is it something that it is beautiful enough? Is it seamless? Do you understand? So basically it's the front end of an application or a website. So looking at those opportunities are very, very important. Automation as well. How can I have a process that just works without me being there? You can set up processes for different organizations. So even as a freelance, trust me, as a freelance, you could be servicing over 10 to 20 clientele at once, and you get monthly revenue from that. So look at digital skills. I think that's what our advice for you.
All right, thank you very much. Before I come to Honorable Bishop Okwede, I'm asking you the last question on this matter before I have a general talk. I'll talk to Mr. Ladoji. The agric value chain is large. As of the last research, there is a $46 billion post-harvest waste every year in Nigeria. I did not say 46 billion naira. There's $46 billion wasted after harvesting, not for those who have planted or who have not planted. What are the value chain? What are the areas of the value chain that can be taken advantage of by the young people in this room? Across board. Now, just give us like a rounding, then folks can then go back and research.
Okay, thank you everybody. So I'm just going to give you a quick story about the person he asked. I had a friend who wanted to plant a lot of soya beans, and I told him, what are you going to do with soya beans? He told me, I'm going to sell it to somebody else, And I was like, why don't you go to the market? There's a market in Lagos. They have a lot of pepper waste, tomato waste, onion waste. Why don't you create a ready stew? A product that is already packaged, it's a stew already. If you research a brand called Ready Stew, it's basically taking pepper, onions and everything and blending it and cooking it and making it into a stew. What I always tell people is don't rush into what everybody else is doing. Look at those niche products. We grow things that nobody else is doing. We grow things like kale, rockets, broccoli. Why I decided to do that is because I'm not going to make my finished product your raw material. It means I'm not maximizing my entire product. If I sell my maximum or my finished product as your raw material, it means I'm not adding value to what I'm growing, but you are adding and you're making a maximum profit. So what I started doing, I was growing maize, soy on a large scale, and I decided to cut down a lot. And I started focusing on processing what I grew. And the money I'm making now is far more than what I was making when I was growing 10 times more than what I was growing now. The different places where we can look at how to add value. People say we want to grow things like yam and cassava. What are you going to do with yam and cassava is the first question. Are you going to sell it to somebody else? What is that person going to do with it? You could make gari. To make a processing plant of gari, probably you can do it for like 300,000 naira if you're going to do it locally. But what are you going to do with the things you grow? What I would advise everybody to do is to look for the things we have in excess, the things that will grow in excess, things like corn, cassava, peppers, tomatoes, and look for how to add value to those things. You could package them, you could do dried peppers, ground peppers, package it in your brand. So I advise everybody that's looking to add value to agricultural products to actually look for the things we are growing in excess, those things we have in waste, and add value to them. If you need any advice on how to add value, I'm always available to help.
Okay, so he says he's available, shoot your shot. Because there's a knowledge gap when it comes to the area of okay, so very well. Okay, just hold on please. Very please. 1 minute. There are things that you've heard. Now there's processing, there's logistics, there's storage, there's export. I'll go back to what other people. Okay.
One other line I've seen that is very, very, very problematic in Nigeria is actually cold chain transportation and cold chain storage. A lot of farmers lose a lot of their produce because there's nowhere to store it. They grow things and a truck is taking it from the north all the way down to Lagos. It's spending 3 days. Of course, things will go bad. So now we need to look at the proper channels of transportation and storage. If people invest in cold storage and cold transportation, I'll show you will make money. But now it goes back to our problem in Nigeria of electricity and roads. So what are we going to do about that? So those are the challenges we face. But cold storage is one big part that I'll tell people to look into. Cold storage and cold transportation.
So we mentioned processing. Now, when we say processing, many of us look at it at the large scale. We can actually go into cottage industries, have cooperative systems, which is where collaboration is the next competition. Working together is much more than working alone. So you must start looking at how to pull your forces together. Processing, storage, logistics, and then export. So you have a channel that you can explore. Okay.
Yes, I just want to emphasize the fact that currently there is a very huge opportunity for processing of raw materials or food items. We, on our part, we are ensuring that we facilitate easy movement of produce from the farm to the warehouse, to the storage center. We currently are going to be doing close to 1,000 road network as part of our rural access, the RAM project here, marketing, rural access agricultural marketing projects, so that you'll be able to move your product across the various zones in your state. But let me also emphasize the fact that if you want to go into that space, you must really be rugged. You must be ready to work. We're having a number of our young people that just want to, just do a little thing and make so much money. The time will come that you make so much money, but the initial stage is work. And you really have to have that resilience. You must be determined. You must be ready to make a mark. You can start small, but have a vision to reach out to a bigger market and work at it. There's nothing you cannot achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very quickly, because we're touching on the agriculture sector, and this Oyo State government, led by His Excellency Engineer Sheyi Makinde, is founded on 4 pillars: healthcare, education, security, and economic expansion. And the economic expansion is to be principally driven by agriculture. And we've coined that to be agribusiness. So it's not so much your typical agriculture, but it's more to do with actually the business, which is the value addition that we're talking about. Now in Oyo State, we actually have things called farm estates, and they're designed not so much for the large-scale farmers, but actually for small-scale farmers to coexist within the same location, so that you can actually farm and grow your produce yourself, and then the value addition is provided as a service within that community. And that community actually has certain things. So we're guaranteeing the equipment that will be used for the processing. We're providing the silos, which is used for dry storage, also the cold rooms, which is used for cold storage, and the energy as well. We've also set up programs with IITA, for those of us that do the institute, just like that. And they've piloted, I think the first one that they piloted is in Awe, in Afidjo local government, the STEM program. And just to demonstrate that we're actually putting our money where our mouths are, I actually deployed a 100 kilowatt facility there that actually ensures that all of the accommodation and the equipment that's there actually has access to power. So as a state government, we're already doing these things in the agriculture sector, but it's just a case of letting more people know so that the interest can be heightened and we can move forward.
Thank you very much. So that's where Honorable Shilfako really comes in. When it comes to the issue of talking about what the government has done. You know, the thing is, the general perspective of the average Nigerian is that the government is doing nothing. And so because there's already that sort of apathy to what government does, people don't even expect anything anymore. What is this government doing, or what should government do in terms of educating or enlightening business owners? Can we make this? Oh, thank you. Right. What is the government doing, or what should the government be doing generally? Now, narrowing it down to Oyo State, in terms of enlightening the people, sensitizing them, and actually showcasing the things that the government has done to make business prosper and thrive, number one. Number two is around education, because that seems to be one of the, I'm looking at all the questions that were written here, besides for one, which I will pass to the Titan group man to answer, but aside from that one, every other one is around education. There seems to be a problem around the educational system as it concerns the growing economy as regards what is required in making it in life. Because we're still teaching 1970, 1980 curriculum. And I'm telling you that I went to some universities, we're still teaching 1970, 1980 curriculum, and the lecturer is saying, just put that for your head. That's what they tell me. That's what they tell me. That's why I take pass. You say read and pass. What is the government going to do concerning, I know that this is also a federal thing, but I mean, there are ways by which there can be hybridization of education at the local level. What is the government doing to bridge that gap in terms of teaching what is applicable and practicable in making it in this century? And finally, on that point to you, is the HND, BSc, no you wouldn't, they're all tied. Now the educational sector now goes to the dichotomy of HND, BSc. There is still that problem going on. I know the government has passed a law a few days back, but how long would that take to be domesticated? Right. So what do we do? One, in the issue of sensitization of the people as to what government is doing. Number two, around the quality of education itself. And number three, the dichotomy of HND, BSc.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, it's very obvious that today we have a very, very large and great trust deficit between the government and the people. And that is why in most cases, especially in the case of Oyo State, I practically might not be able to talk about other states, but then in the case of Oyo State, there is a lot that the government is doing to make sure that we bring the people closer to the seat of power.
And now when you look at it, I mean, there's a lot of times that when you even do the norm, when you do what you are expected to do as government, the people take it as, oh, maybe like it's too good to be true, or maybe this is just a political move. Maybe you're just trying to play and dance to the gallery. So, but when we see that, when you see that, okay, if I remember, let me use, because I like to use analogies and stories to back up my facts and points. When Governor Seyi Makinde came into power, and then he made it clear that, well, yes, I'm going to make sure that I pay salaries, and I'm going to make sure that I pay salaries on or before 25th of every month. And he made it clear that, look, while I'm even doing this, it is not an achievement because it is, the right of the people. It is not a privilege. Salary is not a privilege, but I'm making a promise to the people that I'm going to make sure that I pay it at this stipulated time. And people came to say, oh, it is a lie. That is how they say politicians. Let us see what happens. He paid the first month, paid the second month, paid the third month. Don't worry, he won't be able to sustain it for 6 months. He did for 6 months. He won't be able to sustain it for 1 year. He did, and he's still doing. And this is about 2 years of him being in that office. Like I said, it is not an achievement. For every worker that has done their best work, they should definitely get their salaries. It is not a privilege. It is their right. So, and that is why, in our own capacity as the government, it is our duty to keep doing what is right. Because by so doing, at the end of the day, people will now come to, being comfortable, with what is right. Because the truth is, in Nigeria today, by the time you successfully do something right, people are not even used to it. By the time people even hear you say the truth, they are not even used to the truth anymore because we've been in darkness for so long. Over the years, the government has actually misplaced priority. They've misapplied, ideas. They've, misappropriated, ideas too. Because I'm one of the believers of the fact that, look, government should never have any business doing business. You as a government, you are meant to, help the people to grow. So if as Oyo State now, we feel that okay, maybe there is problem with pure water or maybe table water, and we said, okay, let us start up a table water factory. By the time the government put together a table water factory, you want to be selling. You are going to be competing with blessed water that is also paying tax. And it's the tax of blessed, and other companies that are actually, doing so that you're using to establish, your own. Me, please, you have to calm down for me to talk because I'm going somewhere. So, it is wrong. So the duty of every government is that let them optimize, create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. So when those businesses thrive, they correspondingly pay their taxes. And then you can now use the taxes to develop the community. You can use it for infrastructure, and then you can use it to better the lives of the people. That is how it happens all over the world. In developed nations, that is how it happens. Do you get? And on education. Look at it. The best you can actually do for your people is to give them accessible education. Those are the reasons why we speak about the Awolowos, the Bolages, of today, is because of what they were able to give, to people for free. I remember, we hear stories of how, where education, was free almost, everything was just free. You go to, the cafeteria, you will take tea, you will eat chicken for free. But when we got in, it was just all those physical structures that we saw. There is nothing, there's no more content, in those structures. And that is what, Oyo State is trying to do. However, Oyo State cannot do it alone. And even from the little that the state is doing, it is from what is coming in from your tax. And then, of course, coming in as allocation from the federal government. So, but when things get better, there will be a lot of opportunities to be able to do things differently. But we should always have it in mind that the reason why nations fail It is because of our political and economic institutions. And until we become conscious to make sure that we put in effort to make things work, and not just only to fold our hands, because at the end of the day, a lot of times it's our actions and reactions that actually result in these things. 2023 is coming again, and then a lot of us, yes, definitely, we all have the right to vote and to be voted for. But if you only allow the bad eggs amongst us, to come to the polls, they are the one who will vote for. And at the end of the day, it makes you have a bad leader. So please, take all those things into cognizance, and I'm very sure you will have a better life. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I want to ask you a couple of questions, right? And I want you to tell me in plain terms, right? Do we have sufficient jobs in your state for the youth? The second one, speaking from a business owner perspective, what do you feel? Do you feel the taxes given to businesses is fair? I mean, a couple of us see situations where we are double taxed, right? If you run, she runs a restaurant business. I'm sure she will get levies. And it's good that the chairman of some local governments are here. On a normal day, you will get a bill, right? A tax bill, liquor and license, back. You will get TV and radio, back. You will get environmental permit, back. You will get bills, health and safety. Almost all the ministries in your state are taxing all the businesses in the state. What are you going to do? Or what are you going to tell your principal? To be honest, she said it. We just do businesses that we don't make margins. Because the taxes, operating costs are getting too much. What are you going to tell your principal about the double taxation that we're currently facing in the states? Multiple.
Thank you very much, Lee. Frankly speaking, I'm going to be very, very blind to the realities of today if I say that there are sufficient jobs in your state just because I'm a government official and I want to sound good. We don't have enough. Look at the population of your state. Almost 9 million in population, and we have over 4 million youths in our state. We don't have sufficient jobs to be able to do that. And whether we like it or not, the government cannot create sufficient jobs to accommodate these people. What the government can do is to create an enabling environment and for people, each and every one of us, to be able to go into businesses, great businesses, become employers of labor, and then be able to accommodate more people. By so doing, we have just look at out of 4 million, and then we have 1 million of them as business owners who can actually take 1 or 2 more people with them. Like that, by the time you do that, those ones too will then go again to create other businesses. On the issue of taxations and multiple taxes and everything, I want you to understand that a lot of the challenges that we feel today, they are not particularly, owned or affected, on us or are imposed on us, state government. A lot of these things are things that trickle down from the top. So there's a lot of no. Yes, I'm going somewhere. You see, all those environmental tax, all those stuff that you are mentioning. Look, we believe that everything is step by step, and that is why if there's anything we need to commend our governor for is the ability to always listen and then say that okay, yes, these people are complaining about this. How can we resolve this? And then immediately you see results. So this that you mentioned, of course, a lot of people have also mentioned about this, and I can tell you, for fact that these things are being worked on. There are no decisions that you can just come up and just say, okay, this is going to be out. You have to look at the effect that it has on the system and how you can actually create palliatives to be able to cover up for that lacuna that it's going to create. If not,
you are going to collapse the system, which we don't want that. So our take home is, that is beyond my powers. I cannot come here and say that, okay, you have to be very, very practical, here. But of course, as representative of the government, I'm going somewhere. As representative of the government, we are, Reverend Idimbe is here, Honorable Commissioner for Energy is here. We are simply loudspeakers. And what does a loudspeaker do? It simply echoes and amplifies what the speakers are saying. In this context, who are the speakers? You people. You said it. So it's our duty to amplify it to them. And to let people know that this is what our people want, and it is going to be visited.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
a
couple of people want to talk. Just give us one minute. The challenge is my brother has turned to a full politician. So it's actually very difficult for you to get some objective responses from him. I appreciate you are representing the government. So they are business owners. I'm not echoing what they are. Yeah, so now I've asked a very specific question. We, the business owners, are suffering of multiple taxation. And whenever the idea is here, if I do not, we get those taxes every time. What are you going to do to about it? It's really, that's what we want. We are all brothers and sisters. The question that we should ask, do you think is in the power of anybody seated on this table? However, just like I said, we are your representatives. So it is our duty to take it back. This can enact better.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief, thank you very much.
Honorable Chief, something to say.
What I want us to do here, we are pressed for time. What I want us to do is...
I'm sorry. Just give me a minute, right? And I'm going to answer the two issues on education and on taxation very specifically.
So what I want us
to tell you what the government is doing.
Yes, so what I want us to do is that we have to take our closing remarks. So let's use this as our closing remarks.
This is the pain point for everybody here.
I know.
So
that if it's
a pain point for everybody here, and I beg to disagree. Allow this issue to be and we can take home something, please. You asked the question with regards to education, specifically what is the government doing in education. I think I spoke a little bit about what we're doing in the agriculture sector with regards to education. And with education generally, even during COVID, when you saw that schools were being closed in other states, Oyo State didn't close down. Instead, what we did was actually to stagger the times that students go to school. We also provided extra classes for students for students that are in our schools, and extra books and textbooks and all those. And the results are actually being seen in the JAMB and NECO exam results that were released in the past few months. So that's what we're doing in education. For taxation, the question that we need to ask ourselves is, what are our taxes being used for? That's really the question. And it touches on what Shehu said, that people don't trust government to use resources judiciously. If the resources of times past had been used in the way that we wanted them to be used, you wouldn't be asking the question that you're asking today. Because for your businesses in the UK and in America, nobody asks why government is taxing the way that they tax. So the onus actually lies on those in authority, those of us who occupy public office today, to rebuild that trust among the people. Now, specifically with regards to double taxation, I can tell you, because I did a lot of tax work here in Nigeria and abroad, there are provisions to actually get rebates on your tax at the end of the fiscal year, which usually is in March. So if you find an instance where an
I'm saying this to you personally. If I an instance where you feel as though you've been taxed in a way you shouldn't have been taxed, you can come and meet us. We'll put you in touch with some good tax people, and you get your money back. And I know companies and businesses. I know companies and businesses that have gotten tax credits where they have been wrongly taxed. What I can also say, in Nigeria, it's in Nigeria. So here's the thing. Government hasn't actually even begun to implement many of the taxes that we should. Just last week, we initiated, Just last week we initiated something called a land use charge. Oyo State has never charged land use charges before. It's a nominal fee that's been in our laws for decades. By opening these tax brackets, and I'm not speaking so much about liquor licenses and those kind of things. That's really for the Commissioner for Finance to speak about. But I know that you can get rebates on those things. But with regards to our laws, what's required is for you the people, or for us the people who pay the taxes, to see that those taxes are going on things that will better our lives. So if our roads are fixed, if we have more hours of energy, if we have agriculture sectors, the hospitals are good, the school, you won't ask the questions that you're asking. And these are the kind of things that we're trying to do in this administration.
Yeah, I think I had the privilege to be in one of the engagements that we had with the local government. Then they were caretaker chairman. There are areas that they are not meant to tax businesses. Those areas need to be ironed out with the state, and we highlighted it to them in that meeting. So, very importantly, we have some of our local government chairmen here. It's important. Maybe we need to also emphasize it again to them. They should know those areas that they are mandated by law to collect taxes, so that they are not also taking taxes at the local level from people that we at the state level have already taxed. Let me also say that, for example, the land use taxes. If you are using land, you have to pay tax. Most of us, we go to Canada, we go to the US, we go to foreign countries, they pay as much as over 40% in taxation. And the reason why they do that is because they are enjoying the benefit. We won't tax you if you don't enjoy the benefit. And if they are taxing you in areas that you are not enjoying the benefit, as the Honorable Commissioner of Energy said, walk up to us and we'll talk about it. We'll look at a way of redressing that. Then let me also say,
we are going to be on the next panel. It's good that we're having this conversation, right? Businesses are suffering, and that's one of the reasons why we decided to do this business roundtable. Our voices need to be heard, and we are the best set of people to take our pain points to the government. The government is doing an awesome job. However, businesses are dying, and the government needs to support business models. Now, on the one-on-one conversation with you, you are in charge of human capital development in the state. What have you done in the past 2 years of being an EA to your principal? I mean, human capital development entails capacity building. I don't think I've heard of any workshop being organized by the government on human capital development. What have you done since the inception of your appointment as a local person in human capital development?
Thank you very much, Lee. I've done quite a number of things. The reality is there is first the responsibility within the MDAs that I, as the focal person for human capital development, I am to attend to. And I directly with the ACD office in Abuja under the Vice President. So we have our thematic areas. And those thematic areas, we are meant to work on them with relevant ministries. 3 thematic areas really. Number 1, healthcare delivery. Number 2, education. Number 3, labor force participation. In the area of education, we've been working together with the Ministry of Education and TESCOM. I work together with TESCOM towards the recruitment of 5,000 teachers. We are working currently together towards training those teachers, letting them know what our expectation is from them, so that they can, up the ante in the educational space. So we are doing that. So a number of things that we are doing may not be open to the public because of the fact that we work among the MDAs. The MDAs are the ones that have the budget. Human capital development is just to facilitate and collaborate with them to ensure that they are delivering on what is expected. They have their training schedule. The head of service recently completed some trainings. Ministry of Health, several trainings that has been going on there. TESCOM is currently doing a training. These are things that my office is meant to also be part of, or my office is meant to oversee. Another aspect is with respect to what we are doing in partnership or towards the external stakeholders. I was speaking with Mr. Koladola, the founder of GT. He's also the founder of Faith Foundation. We are also exploring the possibility of having a foundation like Faith Foundation and similar foundations come into Oyo, begin to work together with the government towards enhancing the skill set of our young people. That is ongoing. We're also speaking with the National Directorate of Employment. We are signing Thank you. Let me just conclude that there's a lot of skill gap, and we would also be willing to train many of us in acquisition of skills. Very soon, we'll be coming out with some of the skills that we want young people to be trained in. Please take advantage of it. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, so we take a minute from each of us, just give our closing remarks. Just a minute, please. Let's give it straight in 1 minute. What will be the take-home for the audience? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The take-home that we're giving to everybody here is that there are 2 different things you need to focus on. The first is the art skills, right? So whether you want to be digital or technology, you focus on the art skill, whether it's web development, robotics, AI. Well, aside from that, have your soft skills. Have your soft skills. What are your soft skills? Communication, social capital, networking. Because your soft skills do 80% more than your hard skills. So make sure you just combine the 2 skills together, hard skills and soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question for the Commissioner for Energy and Revolution. So can I ask please? Yes, I took notes. Commissioner, sir. Nice meeting you finally. Yes. So, I want to ask, I don't know how your ministry operates.
Is there an issue for you to be the Honorable Commissioner for Energy?
What?
Is there an issue?
Now, I want to ask a question.
No, I want to find out because your first statement, you said it is.
Yes.
So, have you prepared to be the commissioner?
Yes.
And you not been able to?
Exactly. So I'll just pray it open, and I know we'll answer with all sincerity. So sometimes back, we had an issue where adverts were removed by the ministry. Fully paid adverts. And the next I heard is title farms, Jehu, that's your advert 1 year. Now, to the best of my ability and knowledge, the state government does not collect money directly from title farms for adverts. You have agents. We beg your agents, the agents do not remit. I think the right thing to be done is to write us as a company before you embarrass us by removing our adverts. Because we don't have a direct relationship with your ministry. You have an intermediary. So at least I want you to talk based on that so that we won't have subsequent a similar occurrence. For him and for Honorable Shield.
Well, first and foremost, when you said you have tried to get to me, but you didn't. I think everybody saw the expression on my face. I was a little bit shocked, but I think I'm quite accessible. I'm all over social media. Everybody that writes to my office to have a meeting will definitely be attended to. That's the first thing. Secondly, the issue of adverts on lamp posts. So I spoke about the public lighting that we're doing in the state. What we found as a government is that people are indiscriminately erecting adverts on the lamp posts. Now, every time somebody erects something on the lamp post and the lamp post bends, I have to send someone out to go and fix it, and it costs government money. So we've said anybody who wishes to advertise on those lighting poles should pay a fee, which is not strange. If your agent didn't pay the government what it ought to have paid, forgive me, I may not even know who the agent is. But it's not, the onus is not on the government to go out and meet every single business owner that has erected. So, and I'm quite happy that you said that when the adverts were brought down, I think they've gone back up now, haven't they? So the problem has been resolved. Thank you.
The next question from the Honorable Commissioner for Youth Transport, our able politician in the house.
Okay, fine. We discussed this, and since then I didn't see any change. So I'll push it to you publicly. So maybe this time you help us work on it. We pay our tax to Oyo State government, but Oyo State government patronizes us heavily without a mandatory effort for us to pay tax there. We pay tax here, but the Oyo State government patronizes banks that are not even Oyo State, that are not even in Oyo State. They are selling the same thing we sell. So, something like this. Yes, I don't know if it's a personal thing against the brand or that is just the way your state government works. You don't patronize what is actually done. Because we talk about empowerment. We try our best to ensure we employ people who grow, we plant, we process, and we take products. But when you want to know bonus, end of the year bonus, Christmas bonus, you buy another brand that is not even in the state.
Okay, thank you, sir. It will be good to also know. It will also be good for the commissioner to speak, but it will also be good for us to also point out that title fund is not the only indigenous factor rice miller in the states. Right? We have a couple of them. We have a direct competitor called Tadway Rice, who is one of our partners, and title is our partner. So, I mean, they can choose between the indigenous, not only title. Okay, thank you. I'm just setting the record straight.
Alright, so, I mean, I like the fact that, I mean, when we are even friends, we can actually, tell ourselves the truth, and then question ourselves, in public, and then, at the end of the day, still go back and have a cup of beer or something later in the day. So, and, sincerely, yes, me has been saying that, Fako has been talking like,
politician. And then the question is throwing, at me. He wants me to actually answer like the typical politician that will say that, don't worry, we will do it. And after 2 years, we have still not done anything. So I'm simply speaking out of the abundance of the sincerity of my heart. Now to my brother's, question. Yes, we had that meeting in his office, and I'm going to repeat the exact thing I said in that office, and it has not changed. Now, whether we like it or not, success is not a product of overnight, it's a product of over time. Titan rice is new in the system, so you have to do everything that you can to buy and earn the trust of the people. There are some I still have the floor. There are some people that, whether we like it, this is the frank truth. There are some people that, let me put a bag of Titan rice that is 50 kg here, and then I put a bag of the premium and known, of course Titan rice is premium. I took some bag of rice home. I tasted it. I mean, it was good. My guys can testify. So, but if I put 50 kg of Titan rice here, and then I put another maybe like even 30 kg of the ones that you people have known over the years, I know that a lot of people will still prefer that 30 kg. Why? Because over time, you've had an interaction, you've had engagement with this product. And this product has been able to say that, okay, look, you can trust this product than just a new product that is coming in the market. But what will now happen to Titan rice? The onus is now on Titan rice to make sure that they intensify their publicity, they intensify their quality to make sure that the people can be confident to patronize their brand. Come to the government. Yes. Yes, the truth is this. It is not all these things. It takes process, and everything is a function of relationships. The reason why I know there are still some people in your state that don't even know Titan rice. I know Titan rice because I'm the honorable commissioner for Youth Entrepreneurship, and you are my friend. So, and that is to tell us that look, and of course, if I would say anything, Titan rice has, one of the biggest publicity in Oyo State. Almost everywhere you turn, you see Titan, and it will amaze you. Thank you, sir. Just 1 year, in office. So please, just like for every other brand, let us, in Nigeria we do business and expect that profit starts raining in at the first year or the second year of business. It doesn't work like that. Blue chip companies, companies like Coca-Cola, it took time. Thank you before they got to where they are. Thank you, brother. I believe that's. I know that you are not satisfied with the question, but this is not a political answer. It is just the truth of the matter.
Okay, so a couple of people want to speak, but we have to now.
I'd like to say something, Marco. Thank you for that. But from what he's trying to say, right? When these brands, please patronize indigenous brands and all of that. But what the other brands, right? Using Titan as like an example, right? To cover other brands. What we are trying to make efforts so the government can as well patronize us. Even though we're not here for a longer time, we're just starting. But something to just spat out the fact that we see you, we see what you are doing, just to encourage us. Don't even have to do that to encourage us. Then we now go back, do our own homework, and better our products. Then you continually support us.
Yes, I deeply appreciate that. And should I just take us back a little bit? During the COVID, at the lockdown period, do you know that Oyo State actually shared palliatives? And our governor, His Excellency Engineer Shiri Makinde, said that we are not going to use our money to buy foreign rice and share to the people. What he then did was that we are going to remove rice from the constituents of our palliatives. And we then approached, okay, yes, we have gari, we have ilubo, like that. And we didn't give it to a contractor in Lagos. We approached the Oyo State Association of Gari Sellers to supply every gari that was distributed during COVID. Every ilubo that was distributed during COVID. And what are we doing? The millions and billions that perhaps have been spent on that is still in our economy. It is not that a contractor will come, pay it and take it. Thank you, somewhere. Thank you. Thank you. Everything is a process.
Okay, me, I don't care about governments. I don't speak to governments myself. So I'm going to tell you guys, don't look to governments, because there's a thing to what they can do for you. Look at your own self and see what you can do. But I'm going to tell you a few things I'm doing with governments, because I don't want to sound all that. Please watch Victor, the SA students. Okay, so Victor came to me a few months ago, and he says there's a program where I'm training 100 youth in collaboration with Shell's office in agriculture. It's called the YEAR program. I'm training 100 youth in a year in agriculture. Victor came to me and Victor said, why is your graduates that are doing this training? What about students? So Victor and I came up with a program of now saying, okay, we're going to get students as well to join this training. So please, you guys, don't look to government, because
thank you, Mr.
you will just be disappointed.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I was just telling you right here on a lighter note. I don't know if you guys noticed that the government guys are working, and then the unconscious, so it's really like that, The truth is, we appreciate the government. The truth is, they actually have, what they've been doing, to be honest. But like I said initially, we are the owners of our destiny. In as much as we're waiting for the government to get their acts together, you still need to get your own acts together. So by the time they get their acts together, you're on another level, and then whatever acts is coming together will propel you to do better.
Thank you,
and to do more.
Thank you, I will have to skip our honorable and skip very and go to Maxwell.
Okay, I guess those are the max, right? Yeah, so thinking about maybe the most valuable thing I can say, because everything has been said, is maybe I should talk about how do you make money. There's a few ways to make money. But I'll limit it to a few legal ways to make money, right? Let's forget the legal ways. And some of them I sound funny, but the really is true. I'll start from the easiest. The easiest is just to marry into it, right? As funny as it sounds, if you're married to money, do it, right? Married for love or married to money. The second is that you work for it. You're likely to succeed if you are better at finding successful people to work for than trying to be the one to succeed yourself, right? Because extremely successful people are typically looking for people to support them. They carry most of the burden, they have their ideas, they do the fundraising, they do everything, right? But they can't do anything themselves, so they bring on people to work with them. If you look at someone like Ezra Olubi today, who is the co-founder at Paystack, he didn't know anything about Paystack, right? It was Shola that founded Paystack. I just needed some guys to join in, and Ezra came on board, and he's been super successful. So it's not a thing of shame to work with successful people and stay with them for the long haul, right? Because if you help them build success, a lot of success comes to you. Now, the third option obviously is to build something yourself. Now, I think we're already getting a sense of, because there's the debates we've been having, the government, etc., education, and all of that, right? If you want to wait for the government to fix everything, you will wait for a very long time, right? I don't want you to misinterpret what I'm saying as maybe me holding brief for the government, because I need to identify government a lot. But the reality is that the government has so many challenges, so many is uncountable, right? The government in Nigeria today is not generating anywhere close to enough revenue to perform basic budgets, right? If those of you that don't have too much fun, go and look at our budgets. Go and look at our expenditure. Look at our capex expenditures. That's capital. Look at our operating expenditures. We have an overbloated civil service in Nigeria. And the government has to pay them. The government doesn't pay them, guess what? They down tools and the whole place is shut down. Like I said, I'm not holding brief for the government. We've had 30, 40, 50 years of challenging governance challenges. No single government will come and just wipe all of that away.
Thank you very much.
All I'm saying is, focus on that. So focus on yourself, right? So I said, you could marry into it, you could work for successful people, or you could build a business yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's put our hands together as we call on Prince Adesina Adelola. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Commissioner of Energy, that is stepping out. Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports. I don't know whether you're leaving or you're still staying. SA for Youth and Sports, Executive Assistant in Administration. So, Chairman, that's Honorable Yusuf. I want to remain on the established program. But first and foremost, I want to congratulate me, for this wonderful event. This is about the most organized, attentive audience I've ever come across in my entire life. Everywhere. I am saying this because I've been here since 2011. I'm a breakfast person, and I've not tasted anything, and I've been here until now. And I could notice that the audience have been engaging, listening, and they've been very interactive. So I congratulate you. I will take it from the last discussion. If people in government are so important as to the success or otherwise of every business, then why are we on the sidelines? Before I came upstairs, before I came to the podium, I asked me, and I told him that why you push politics to the background. I thought I would be the first person to speak, because politics and business, they are the two sides of the same coin. We determine your pace, we determine the different and enabling environments. If the taxes are too much, talk about it. If we are so important as to determine the altitude, and most of us are here because of the personal relationship that you have with us. So therefore, people that matters, that will determine the pace of your business. I don't know how many of us here have voters card. We don't have voters card. We don't have polling units. We don't have anything. We really participate in what goes on around us. And the price we pay is to have idiots and stupid people at the ends of their affairs. And they are there. And whatever the decisions and policies, you are bound by it. And that is why my brother that owns Tiger Rice, you understand, we spent roughly about 40 minutes for the last discussion. Therefore, I want to start by saying, yes, as human beings, our greatness is not so much in being able to make the world. That's the need of the atomic age. As in being able to make ourselves, be the change you wish to see. That is according to Mahatma Gandhi. But education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Are we so educated? Is it not an instrument in the hands of those that are leading us to make sure that we are illiterate? Are they educating us properly? Do we have enough educations to even stand up and talk for ourselves? Do we have self-confidence? Do we have self-worth? Doctors, there are thousands of people out there at kids that have billions. They've never been to school. So it's not education that I'm talking about. It's not about being through the four walls of university. It's about being at the right time, at the right place, being in tune with the tides of the modern world. Education, according to Malcolm X, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Bad economic decisions of our leaders has made us to be politically and economically disenfranchised. Chinese will come to Africa poor, but in 3 years, they break their whole population and they turn to millionaire. Within those few years, expatriates are now landowners in Africa. They own airports, they own schools, they own hospitals. Through concession, our government officials will sit down with them. They give them landed properties. They own our airports. And because they are almost 3 billion, they will not take amongst us to be artisans. They will not take amongst us to be weavers. They will not take amongst us, you understand, to do anything as laborers. They go as far as bringing in their prostitutes. And in 3 years, they make millions and become landowners for us and make millions. Because we are docile. We are a docile generation. We don't want to do anything. We don't want to rise up. We don't want to take up responsibility. We are too timid and too shy to stand up and face it and take the bull by them. We've been sitting down here for 4 hours. Yes, it shouldn't be too much of any problem. Voter registration should be started again. Go and get voters card. The youth populations of Nigeria is about 70 million. What are we doing with that plan? You can wrestle power from this people. You can take power from them. If we decide that yes, one of us should be governor, yes, it will be governor, one of us should be senator, it will be senator. But are we participate? How old were the seeds of this world and Awolowo of this world? When Awolowo became premier of Western region, he was 42. When I said Akintola became a premier, he was 48. How old was he at the time he was in the Senate? What happened? Where is the missing gap? Where is the missing link? They handed over the baton to the likes of Bola Ige, to the likes of Lateef Jakonde, to the likes of, almost all of them. How old were Tony Enaro when he got up in the house and moved the motion for Nigeria's independence in 1959? He was barely 32. But you look around today, you see how Toby that was a deputy speaker in Benue State House of Assembly in the First Republic at the age of 28. He rose up. He became a minister twice. Obasanjo coming one meeting and the other. Oni was there. And you still see array of them, old people. Are we fools? This is the time to rise up. The future belongs to us. Only if we are ready to seize it. Only if we are ready to walk with God. I submit today. We have a beautiful future. In spite of all the challenges and of all the troubles, there are so one thing. I thank you. God bless you.
Joseph, over to you for your session. Let's put our hands together as she comes up via Zoom. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone can hear me clearly. Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to join you guys, although virtually. I apologize because I wouldn't be able to put on my video. I had thought that this session was 1 o'clock at the time, but I'll quickly just go through what I had planned to say. For the topic today, which is seed funding for SMEs, I think, SMEs are important, I agree, and we cannot overemphasize their significance. However, I think it's also important that we differentiate between SMEs and startups. And I think it's important that we also talk about funding for startups as well, because as we know, the requirements for funding SMEs is totally different from funding startups. And so I would talk about both categories, and I'm sure the panel can then deliberate and you have more interactions about it. And I'll first start with SMEs. Now, as Akin said, my boss, he likes to tease me a lot and likes to talk about how I put him through a lot of stress when I was working with him. But from my time in LSETF and working with SMEs, we did something phenomenal. We were able to show lending partners how to fund SMEs without collateral. We're able to change that space and teach people how to fund SMEs based on social collateral. And when I say social collateral, I mean guarantees, which we typically ask for. And so at the time when I was with LSETF and we were funding MSMEs, a few key things that were important before these SMEs got funding. One is being registered businesses, which a lot of people don't know. It's very important that you're clear from the beginning the type of business that you're going into and that this business is registered. Just like Akin had said earlier, registration is important. Evidence of tax payment is important as well. It's also very important that you keep good records of your business activities. For instance, we've seen situations where people mix up personal and business expenses. And then you ask them and, they just say, I didn't have my my company card at the time, and I just use my personal account, and then I then try to just repay myself. It just gets very wonky. And so we always advise that you have clear banking relationships and different banking relationships between personal and your business. And then I would also like to talk about the different funding sources that SMEs typically have access to. The first is loan from banks, which is very straightforward, commercial, merchant, or development banks. And over time, we've seen that commercial banks are beginning to understand how to lend to SMEs. And this is basically because of organizations like LSETF, showing people that yes, you can lend to SMEs based on character, you can lend to SMEs based on traction, you can lend to SMEs based on social collateral. Another good example is development banks. Development banks like BOI, for instance, have been very helpful in the growth of SMEs and providing them with cheaper patient capital, not cheap enough, but cheaper patient capital. A second source of funding is grants. And grants are very useful. Grants is free money, essentially. And NGOs and foundations such as the Tony Elumelu Foundation are known for giving grants to SMEs. Again, I always I always tell people that it's all about information at the end of the day. If you don't have information about the resources out there, if you don't have information about the opportunities out there, then you would forever say that funding is one of your biggest limitations or challenges. And then the third is equity. And that comes in the form of angel investors and venture capital funds. And what they essentially do is give you money for an ownership of your business. So a stake in your business. So that's on the SME side, but I think it's also important that we startups, because just like all the speakers have been saying, technology is the future. Technology will help us provide the exponential number of jobs that we're looking for, and also create markets and create wealth for us. And so I think it's important for young people to know what technology can do and to be interested in it. And so I start with, just how to even think about it, and then how you then think about the funding sources for your startup, because they're quite different from funding sources of an SME. And so I'll just start with, with your idea. It's very essential that you have, that you have a winning idea. And it doesn't just stop there. Yes, you might have a very exciting idea, but the truth is, if you don't have the capacity to execute, if you don't have the right team, if you don't have the people in the right seats, then that idea just stays as an idea forever. And so it is very important that you have the right team with the right capacity to execute this idea. And then I'll then move on to your business model. Your business model is also super important. And I know that a lot of the former speakers have touched on this. Your business model should be innovative, and your business model should have potential to scale. And the dream is to scale nationally, to scale regionally, and to scale globally. And I know that Akin talked about so many businesses from Paystack to Flutterwave, all doing amazing things. And we're seeing them scale across different markets and across different regions. And then lastly, I want to highlight traction before I then talk about what you should include in a pitch deck, which is very important for you, as that's the document that you're going to take when you start looking for funding for your business. Traction is very important. And most times, I would always advise people bootstrap their company first, meaning that you use your own funding to start the business. You use money from family and friends to start the business, and then gain some sort of traction, a little bit of traction. Ensure that there's product market fit, meaning that this product that you've built, they're off takers. So you're not just building a product for yourself, but there are people that are interested in using this product and buying this product. And then once you've been able to use your own personal funding to do that, then you then have some sort of traction to help you with your funding conversations. And one thing that I missed, that I didn't talk about, and I should probably talk about it, is incubators and accelerators. Incubators and accelerators are very important for startup businesses. I'm not sure if Tayo is there from Max, because I can't really see, but Tayo from Max is a good example. They went to YC, for instance. So incubators, local incubators, international incubators and accelerators. We have some very good local ones. Ventures Platform is another example. I mentioned YC, MEST is another example. There are Ghana, AFF, Africa FinTech Foundry, that is being implemented by Access Bank is also a good example. But what these, and Google, I shouldn't forget Google. Google Launchpad is also another great example. But what these incubators and accelerators do for you is they give you some sort of validation that there's something there, that you're onto something. And they also help with signaling. So most times people want to have that conversation with you if you can tell them that, oh, I just finished this accelerator. And if it happens to be an accelerator that has a good brand, a good reputation, and then people start to look at you differently, that, oh yes, you must be onto something. I can mention Paystack. Paystack was the first Nigerian company to go to YC. It was massive signaling for the ecosystem and for investors, because it made them just think that yes, Paystack and Shola and Ezra must be onto something. And some incubators and accelerators also invest in your business, anywhere from $25,000 to $125,000. Itana is another example in Nigeria that accelerates businesses and also invest in these businesses. Now, I know I don't have too much time, but I'm quickly just going to touch on what I think you should think about including in your pitch deck as you think about raising funding for your startup. And even if you're doing an SME, that's still fine. At the end of the day, SMEs are still super important for our economy. So the first thing I would like you to do and to think about is, what problem are you trying to solve? And you should be clear about what the problem is in your deck. The second thing is, what is your unique solution to this problem? Yes, there's a problem, but what are you proposing that would help to address this challenge? The third thing you want to talk about is, what is the estimated market size? So this is where you have to have done some research. research is very important. How many people can potentially buy this product or use this product if they're interested in it. And then you want to talk about what your differentiated product offering is. What is your competitive advantage? Again, you should have done some work. So many times I meet founders and they say, oh, there's no competition. That's not true. There's some sort of competition. So you should know what your competition is doing and what you're doing, what your product does differently. And then you want to highlight your business, which is very important. And make money. What does OPEX look like? What does revenue look like? What are your margins? And then you want to talk about how you will grow your revenue over the next 3 years, for instance, or maybe over the next 5 years. What are some projections that you're looking at? And then you also want to talk about your customer base. How will you grow your customers over the next 3-5 years? What are your milestones? How do you even plan to reach these customers? Like, what is your marketing plan? Again, what are your key milestones? Super important for you to include in your deck. And then lastly, how much money are you looking for and what do you want to use the money for? Again, back to my time at LSETF, just dealing with SMEs and early stage startups, a lot of people cannot articulate what they want to use the funding they're requesting for. So many times we heard things like boost revenue, boost business. That was a common one for SMEs.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kazim Bolano. Business and politics. We know there's a big gap, right? Because many people don't know the role that politics plays in business. Many people don't know that policies are made by politicians. Governance is by politicians. Taxes is by politicians. Enabling environment is by. How then do young people play or go into this space? More importantly, those who have built successful businesses, how do they get in to become either influencers or active participators in this space to bridge that gap? In a few minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing by existing protocol. Being a successful business person and being able to navigate your way through stringent business policies enacted by the government is largely determined by how sound you are as a business person. And let me look at this man very, very well. Let me quickly give you an example. He happens to be a friend of mine, and when we met, he told me, "Cousin, we can meet. I want to keep people, government. How do we go about it?" I'm like, "You want to do politics?" He said, "Maybe." He wasn't sure. He said, "But you want a situation whereby the key people of our government will come to his facility." And look at it today. He is the friend of our government. Because he understands that this is a state that can come up with anything. So if, let's say, the local government where the businesses subsist happen to come up with any stringent policy, it's a matter of calling someone like Richard Fabredi and many other people here seated in EA admin, and because he is not a friend of the government, there is no how you're going to work in isolation, or you're going to work against your government, or you think you can work without putting into cognizance the weight of the government of the state, or the weight of the government of where you belong, and you think you're going to be successful. It is very, very wrong.
Honorable Chair, you were in the private sector. You were in advocacy. How, and you're a young man like us, like most of the young people in the room. What exactly are the things that should serve as key indices that young people should look out for in bridging the gap between politics and business? Because many people see politics as, in quote, the dirty game. And for that singular reason, they pull back. And then, like Prince said when he was giving his speech, we allow charlatans to rule. Like they said, they will allow the worst of us to rule the best of us. Or the worst of us to govern the best of us.
Is that still the way it should be? What should young people do to bridge that gap? How do we play in this game? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, when I opened my talk earlier, I made mention that the reason why nation fails, basically because of political and economic institutions, and that's why this session is even, I like how we've been able to merge business and politics together, because the business talks about the economic side, of the nation, and then the politics, the political, side of the nation. And whether we like it or not, I'm totally in sync with Honorable Prince Shill's presentation, because it is crystal clear that as long as we continue to put feeble-minded persons in power, we will definitely not have the correct results that we are meant to have. Now, let me give you a short story, and of course, I'll close with this because I have to be out of time. If we have a situation where, this is government, and we know that even the economic institution has a lot that rests on the political structures that we have, because it's the politicians that are decided with the responsibility of formulating policies that affect businesses and affect us generally in every community that we find ourselves. So look at it. Now, the politicians, the government is responsible for, if you give birth to a child in an hospital, do you know that that child is not yours until, or that child cannot answer to that name you give that child until you have a birth certificate for that child? If you buy a car, that car is not yours until you get, what's it called now? The certificate that shows ownership of that car. If you buy a land with your hard-earned money and you don't get the necessary seal of O from the government, that land is not yours. If you are driving a car, you've always known how to drive all your life, and then the FRC people stopped you and they said, okay, where's your driver's license? And you say, oh no, I don't have a driver's license, but I've been a very good driver for about 10 years, now you are going nowhere. And all these certificates and licenses are the instruments of the government. You get them from the government. As a matter of fact, if you are, you want to travel with your wife, maybe tomorrow now, I just said, okay, I want to travel, with my wife out of, the country. And they asked me that, okay, I say I'm married in the form that I feel. And they said, what is the proof of, our marriage? And I said, no, everybody knew that, we had our wedding sometimes, May 22, 2021. They are going to look at it that, what are you talking about? Because they believe that, the government has been empowered to be able to issue a certificate that certifies the fact that party A and party B, they are married. And that is what, the other people that are in the country that are working on would want to see to go. Even if you eventually die, nobody, the government, to everybody, if they don't see a death certificate, you are not yet dead. So if you have any entitlement anywhere, if they don't see that birth certificate that certifies that Ajali whatever is dead, look, you cannot get those entitlements. You have maybe insurance policies, you have this, you have that. So that is why these decisions, these things are very important. That we cannot just put in the hands of people that cannot represent or that cannot reform or review existing policies that are no longer in tandem with the dictates and what is going on in this dispensation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask Victor on Jenny. How do I pronounce that right? I'm going to ask you to just help us in terms of step-wise. What's the life cycle? What's the journey for a young person who wants to either play actively in partisan politics or who wants to be an influencer in governance?
Identifying with a political party or a political structure. And then for me, when I was in the University of Ibadan, I was in Kuti Hall. I got my voter's card in Bino Hall, so I was voting.
at Payroll, which is Ward 11 of the non-local government. When I wanted to get involved in active politics, I went back to my local government, Akin local government, and I joined Ward 8, which is where my ward is, and I changed my voter's card to Ward 8. My unit is Unit 32 of Akin local government. So, because of my interest in politics and because of the fact that I wanted to be involved in politics, I did contest for election. In the last election, I contested with a party that was not really relevant to the state, and I had 1,023 votes, which is not actually small votes, John. And after I lost the election, my brother and big brother became the commissioner for youth sports. And what I did was to write him, well, we are not going to talk very well, and I said, I think this is an opportunity to get involved in politics. So when Abhishek was appointed commissioner, so I told him that I would love to work with him. So again, from there, I started volunteering with his office. We were doing all the office work and everything together. And one day he called me to his room and said, we are getting an appointment in government to be a special assistant to the governor of Oyo State. So if I had not joined the process, I would have been made a special assistant. So a lot of people want to be friends with Victor Lodge, but you don't want to go through the rigor of politics, governance. I have a student from the University of Ghana, the vice culture person of Queen Ida, or she interns in my office. Zainab, the Federation of Ghana student union. This person is intern in my office, and I can say it very well that if tomorrow the governor asks me to nominate people for critical position for students, I would also nominate this person. So it's not a rocket science. Governor Shemakide, Governor Shemakide did not know me from Adams. But because I got involved, it was my involvement that got me the opportunity I had today. So you must get involved. You don't get involved, forget it. You will not sit down in your house and say, I'm the best, something in advocacy, blah, 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 and you expect that you get involved.
Thank you very much, Honorable Victor. Now, so just to wrap what you just said up, I want to just bring this to us, bring it home to us. What that simply means is go and get registered at the ward level in your party of choice. This is not about ideologies of partisan politics now, but about deciding what happens in your country. So go register at your ward, in your state, and take it off from there to begin to be involved in volunteering. Those are the two things he mentioned. Register and be visible. Register and be what? Visible. Alright, so I would come to Honorable Kasim very quickly. On a question I asked earlier, I want him to just speak to that about politics being dirty and why it is perceived as that. Very quickly, sir.
Oftentimes when they say that politics is dirty, I usually seize that opportune moment to make it clear that politics is not dirty, only the players are dirty. Let me make it really clear. Because if we decide today that we are going to be playing the politics of intellectuals, basically people who are sent to play politics. But because we have decided to bring every Tom, Dick and Harry that have interest in politics in, that is why we have the problem that we have today. And I usually tell the youth that there is no how you can change anything if you don't participate in politics. The reason is because the regret of failing to participate in politics is that you continually suffer the misery of fools. And if you don't want to suffer the misery of fools, definitely you must be a partisan politician or an active politician. By actively being a politician, it means that you are voting when you're supposed to vote. It means that you are exercising your franchise. Why would you disenfranchise yourself even when your environment and the government is not disenfranchising you? It means that you're not exercising your right and it is your fault and no one else. Why would you let someone of 60, 70, 80, 90, even 100 years determine your own future when they will not live to feature in that future? Yeah. Why don't you know that someone of 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 has only limited years to spend, And the only thing they can think of is how they can only languish in their past. They can think of how they have used their past, how they used to travel when they were as young as you. Then why would you let people like that determine for us when they will not even see the next generation? Thank you. So, hold on please. Listen. We are in the position, because we belong to this generation, we can determine for the unborn generation, because that is what we are leaders today. Because I don't allow you to tell us that we are the leaders of tomorrow. What do you mean by the leaders of tomorrow? When the leaders of today or yesterday are taking you to the seat of power till today, I don't allow it. Don't let them bamboozle us to the bottom. Sorry, please. I have a very crazy business with this older generation. I'm from a very humble background. You see, of course, I wasn't born with a silver spoon, but I did not let my background put my mouth on the ground. And again, I am a very humble person. But trust me, I seize every opportunity to speak the truth when I see this old generation, because they will not accept that they are the problem of this country, but they are the problem of this country. Please. They tell us that we are. I'm going now. I'm rounding up. They tell us that we are thugs. They tell us that we are gigolos. They tell us that we are prostitutes, but they've forgotten that they are the sugar daddies and the sugar mamas. Hold on, please. They tell us that we are rude, we are crude, and we are angry. They have forgotten that they are the one actually tickling our anger. They tell us that we are thugs and hooligans, and the only thing we are useful for is to destroy electionary processes and electionary proceedings, and they are the ones giving us guns. Yeah. Please tell me, who is the problem of this society? Who is the problem of this country? So let me wrap it up. Let me tell you, no one, there's no way. I understand that funding is a big challenge for small, medium enterprises. And we've spoken about the issue of power, eroding OPEX, and all of that. How can a small, medium enterprise in Nigeria thrive in the midst of all of these challenges we've outlined? How can you set up and how can you sustain a small, medium enterprise? Now, this is sector neutral. We're talking about whether manufacturing, we're talking about sector neutral sector. What are the things the person should look out for, and how do we survive and sustain the business?
Right. When you say politics, so just before I answer your question, when you say politics, I'm going to talk about SMEs/business owners. It's actually a very big deal. And it is very, very, very grandiose, so very, very general. It's regionalizing, saying that, politics and business, or politics and SMEs must come together. Now, the truth of the matter is, I have no business with politicians, neither do I have any affiliation with any government agency. However, I can tell you I run a business that makes a profit to the tune of dollars. And I've actually had no connection And I mean it. With any seed funding or any seed funding, I don't know how it's called. The reason why I say this is, I remember when he told me that he would like me to come and talk here. I'm a very practical person, I'm a very pragmatic person. I will never come and what you see is what you get. I'm not going to come here and say, oh, everybody here needs to go and look for $1 million from a seed fund or from an investor. You know when I tell you to go and meet a bank, these guys will cripple you. And he said, sure, he still wants me to talk. Well, I'm going to talk about this from a different point of view. And I really hope people listen. For me, my journey started with experience. And when I say experience, I worked for a lot of people. I gave my time, I gave my power, I gave my energy, I gave my blood to work for others. And I was able to create structure or understand structure. I hope you guys are actually taking note of all this. I was able to understand structure. Now, it's also a big myth in starting a business where you hear people say, you just know what you are going to do. That is a lie. I literally got into my line of business at the age of 26. And before then, God, if I tell you all the things I really wanted to do, I can list a whole lot. I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to go into public speaking. I had so many things I wanted to do. My journey of life, I tested a lot of waters, and I found my passion. So I'm strong on another thing, passion. And passion can come from anything, to be honest. You'll be shocked at what people are making millions from. Whoever thought that blogging would make millions for only their KG? Whoever thought that blogging would be such a big, or influencing would be such a big thing now? Okay, let me not talk too much. As I said, I'm going to talk about it from my experience and my life before. I have never had to take seed funding from anyone. Neither have I ever had to go to the bank. Does anybody know what the APR is with banks? So you all know what APR is, right? Does anybody know the lending interest rates that banks give you? It's between 25 to 30%. So if you put 1 million, if you collect 1 million, you're going to pay 1.3 million. Now, how much profits can you possibly make? And you pay 30% extra on your capital in a company, and you haven't even started talking about profit. I just want to lay a precedence. And yes, it's very acknowledgeable, it's very allowed for you to go and seek funds. And I'm sorry, we have a lot of entrepreneurs that have done it and are doing it well. However, I'm very big on something called organic growth. When you have organic growth, you grow in line with your strengths. Are you guys with me? You grow in line with yourself. You need to understand yourself before you can ever collect somebody's money. A lot of mistakes you find is everybody wants to seek funds. Everybody wants to have $1 million. Now, when you have $1 million, what are you going to do with $1 million? Even your idea, can your idea multiply $1 million? I really hope somebody is with me. Okay, so all I'll just say now is, I'll say the major things that will actually make you attractive to seed funding. I'll say the major things, at the end of the day, I tell my people, I'm very big on my team. Value is key. If you create value, you will be sought after. It's almost up. Okay, so I hope I have spoken to some people here. Be very careful of a lot of things you hear. Be very careful with a lot of paths you take. The major thing is you are the person that will sort yourself out. You have to have the passions and you have to follow it. Makes sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe Oseni. That was quite. You spoke to my next question. Even though I was asking you a particular question as I was setting up, you spoke to the next question I was going to ask Mrs. Olabide Joe Phillips as well as Mrs. Edmund as well. And that has to do with bootstrapping. Now, bootstrapping is starting a business without, like he mentioned, without seed funding, like you grew organically. Now, a lot of people in this room will tell us that there's a question that was sent from the first session that I didn't ask it because it was speaking to this point. And the question was, we're speaking like people who are privileged. That was the question. And the question was, we're as privileged people, not taking into cognizance the reality of the time that people have humble beginnings. And I'm glad that Sheil mentioned as well that he had to work for people, so there was that part of it. Now, so talking about bootstrapping, businesses that require little or no capital, what are the landmines or the traps or the pitfalls people should look out for if they're starting their business with little or no money, as it were? So you will answer the same question. As I said, both of you, I mentioned that as well. So over to you, Mike.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not a motivational speaker. Yes, I'm not. I'll just tell you real life experiences. I'll tell you my story, and my story is enough to answer your question. Okay, my name is Olamide. I run an event company called Sophia Events. And I'm a pharmacist. I studied pharmacy at the University of Ibadan. I own a pharmacy store in Ilorin. And I'm also a cosmetologist. I own a makeup store. And many other little businesses. I didn't start today, yes. I started years ago. I started my event company 18 years ago. So when you see young girls say, I want to be like Sapphire, are you ready to be steady like Sapphire? Are you ready to follow the process like Sapphire? Oh, Sapphire is doing one VIP event, she has connection. That's a lie. My business, my work spoke for me. I have people who call me, pick my number online and say, oh, we saw your beautiful job, we want you to do this job. Oh, we saw you been into events for 15 years, we need somebody who has experience. Are you ready for that experience process? A lot of youths are not ready for that experience process. They just want to jump. No, we're not opportunity, trust me. I'm not from a rich home. I made myself rich. So there's nothing like, it's not magic, trust me. It's not magic. You need to be ready to pay that price. Even we have people from rich homes, trust me, and they don't know how to use the money. And then you are with them and you are still yourself, you're better than them. And I tell young girls around me, wherever you find yourself doing, do it right and do it well. Consistency is key. And then invest in yourself. You can't, things are changing, things are evolving. You know, you can't be making money and be spending the money. You need to make money and invest in your trade. Go online, look for what is trending in your trade. Look for how to improve your trade. And then personality, customer service, how do you attend to it? You know, some people, they just make small money and then they're all proud. Probably because you've not been in a position where you found yourself having that kind of money, you're like, wow. And then some people have millions and billions of dollars in their accounts and they behave humble like Mr. Nee, as if they don't have any money. Mr. Nee, did you hear that? Oh my God. Oh, yeah. So, I don't, like I said, I'm not a motivational speaker, but then let me go ahead with my story. And then I studied science lab tech in Yabate when I finished my secondary education in command. I went to command jobs. Immediately I finished my secondary education, I got it right. In the sense that I knew, okay, you're not from a rich home, and then you want to be rich because I like to look good, I like fashion, trust me, I like to spend and all that. And I know I cannot steal, I can't do legal jobs. So I got it right. Then the web is your strength. I realized I don't get tired. You can see me at an event from morning to night. Now it's as if at an event. My girls, they know me. The one you are saying is, oh, I have strengths. Where can I channel my strengths? Event planning. Okay, good. And then I started. When I was in Yabate, I stayed with ushering. I gathered young ladies, trained them, we go for ushering jobs, we walk and all. And then I finished my education in Yabate. I came to UI. As an 100-level student, I was already planning the wedding of the VC's daughter. As a small girl, I was sitting in the midst of Bossa, VC, everybody, and they are transferring millions into my account. And when I got to GTP, my account officer was like, look at my account. What business are you doing? But then by the time he sees where the money is coming from, University of Ibadan, chemical, like, oh. So what I'm just trying to say is you need to start somewhere. Don't strong. If you start, follow the step, follow the process. Most of us, nobody gave us money. Nobody gave me money. When I do these little jobs, I save, then I invest. When I realized I had the strength, I went to study event planning, I got certified, and then I didn't stop. With with my level in event planning, I still learn every day. When I'm done with the whole day, I go online, I study, I see what they're doing abroad compared to what they're doing in Nigeria, and then you see my next event and people are screaming online, look at that, she has spent 100 million naira event. It's a lie. It's just, the thing is just that you will know the difference between my 100,000 naira events and my 100 million naira events, because you will think it's the same money they're paying me, but no. What I do is I put in the same effort I put in that little event into the big events. And then you see young girls of today come and do a feature of 5K. Someone when my boyfriend will give me 20K. Hello? Yes, they are not ready to make these sacrifices. And then I don't blame them, because even the young guys of nowadays doing illegal stuff and spending all this rubbish money. And this illegal things will not last. And then when the guy goes down, how do you even support him when you don't have any value? When you are used to doing that baby girl life on Instagram, you know? And then you have nothing to sustain it. And let me tell you, the funny thing is that the world we have now, if you have nothing to offer, trust me, you remain in one thing, you just keep rolling around. And then you see other people going up, and then you're angry. Wow. Yes, that's it. And like I said, for every success, trust me, there's been a failure behind. Because without failure, you cannot appreciate success. And then when you don't make mistake, you will never get it right.
Hi, I'm sure you know we are really used to me by now. Okay, like my friend said, I'm calling her my friend. We only met about 3 years ago. But so that's the thing, you connect to what you attract. You have to do exactly. So it was easy to connect. I saw another hardworking woman who was coming, who was in this terrain where it seemed like it was only the guys that were doing things, and she was willing and not unafraid to stand out and push through. So it was very easy to connect to that. So let me give you a background to where I'm coming from. Yeah, concerning that question that people have the privilege and all that. Number one, you see, privilege is relative. Anybody say you order Domino's pizza now, there's some people that will think, how? Like, it's like, oh my God, it's gold. And there's people that have that for lunch every day. So you need to understand what privilege is relative. Now, I'm going to take my story. I went to GY, like they said earlier on, but I'm a Lagos girl. Married was what brought me to Ibadan. So when my husband was transferred, to be honest, I wasn't going to come to Ibadan because I thought, you know how really Lagos people can be a bit like, no, what is in Ibadan? No. But I mean, I also wanted the fact that we're all together. So the only criteria I gave him was, get me a good school for my children. If you can find a good school, then I'll come. And lo and behold, we found a good school. I'm okay. And I came to the town, but I would say I came to the town open-minded. Even though I had my reservations, I had people in Lagos that were like, people go to that place, you know how they are. Don't even my mom was a bit worried, But I said, you know what? I'll go and I'll explore. You see, you need to be unafraid to take up challenges. You need to be unafraid to explore, because that's only when you recognize opportunities. The opportunities actually don't come knocking at the door of where you're relaxed. The door needs to be like pretty much open, unlocked. Then you will be able to recognize the opportunities. So I came very open-minded. You know, like, okay, let me just understand the terrain. It might not be that hard. You know, and then I started, the school runs. I was pretty much like a housewife. Just handling the kids, understanding the terrain. And then what helped also was my network. The kind of school the kids go to. There are a lot of people like me who relocated from Lagos or maybe from abroad and all of that. So I saw that there was a gap. That everybody's always fit farming. There's that fit farm. We're trying to be healthy. We're trying to be so. And I noticed that Ibadan had amazing food, but it was really oily and it wasn't really driven towards wellness. I thought, okay, this thing I was going to start it in Lagos small. I started it in my kitchen. People order healthy food, and I try to create it in a healthier way. And from my kitchen, I'll say it again, from my kitchen. When the idea came, I didn't go and borrow loan from the bank. I said, I want to shop at Oniru shopping complex. No, I started from my kitchen. Please place your order, give me 48 hours, we will deliver. So you need time to grow these things. So I started from my kitchen, came down to IB, and I started getting that following. Again, you need to also make your natural talent work for you. I like to write. Anywhere that follows me online will see that I post from time to time, and I always touch on salient issues or things going on, make it a bit humorous, but I always try to hit the nail on the head. I like to write. So what probably also helped was I had quite a following on my social media platforms. I had a blog, I wrote about lifestyle, about wellness. So by the time I told those same people that, okay, well, guys, I'm about to start a business, guess what? Don't you think that those guys will all probably want to support your business? So same thing, you need to start from somewhere. It's not magic. When I told my husband eventually that I think I wanted to start a store, I'm not around for you. That I wanted to start a store. He was like, no, continue from home and all that, but yes, let's know if your product is good enough, or it's not just family and friends just buying it because they're being nice. So I said, okay, fine. I would never have thought of the pounds more. For what now? Pounds more, that's what happened. But I thought, okay, let me go there and ask for, like how Starbucks has a tiny cubicle right there. Let me just go there and ask for just a tiny place where we can just display the Greek yogurt and stuff. And they were like, sorry ma'am, we can't give you that kind of space. We still have spaces downstairs. And until those spaces are fully occupied, well, we're not, and I was like, but I can't afford you guys. Like, where am I supposed to get? You guys are in charge per square meter for rent, per square meter for service charge. But where am I supposed to get that kind of money? So, but then they asked for my handle. Again, history. I went online and saw that, okay, we have quite a following. We have people that are giving feedback about the products that we're doing from the house. We have people that have sort of endorsed us over the years. And they were like, you know what? This is what you come to pay for a whole year. Why don't you pay monthly? So I thought, okay, that might not be as steep. But then they took me to the store. It was empty. It was a carcass. It was just cement, nothing. And I was like, but it's going to take a lot of money to do this. And they were like, hey man, we'll give you time. We'll give you 1 or 2 months, fit out, so you don't have to pay. Long story short, my mom understood I was passionate about it. And she was going to give me some of the first money. Maybe I've never gone to the bank for long because I like sleep. I don't want to be sleeping and thinking that I'm owing somebody money. So I take things in my own stride. If I know it's something that is going to be overwhelming, I just forget it or put it against the future plan, and maybe 6 months from now, 1 year from now, I like my peace of mind. And we started doing up the place. I started hearing things later that, oh, the reason why I got pound is because of maybe my husband gave me money. No, it's not here, it's probably watching online. He didn't give me money because my husband too was worried. He said, how do you do this kind of thing anymore? Are you sure? And I was like, let me try. And then let's see how well it goes. Everybody thought it was a bit ambitious to think something like this would thrive in the Bible. And then we took the very first. So anytime I sell anything, I'll just call my friend that was a contractor. Well, take 80,000, do up this place. We need money for time. I don't have money. Pray for customers to come and buy yogurt or cake. Then I'll give you. So it was a gradual process.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm not done. Actually, but I'm going to finish. So back to the story. You need to learn how to start small. You need to learn, calm down. Like just calm down. What you see here wasn't overnight. It took, I'm a lawyer, like I said. So definitely I read my book in school. I made necessary contact. I discovered my talent, what I thought I would enjoy doing. If you're going to go into any business, I believe you need to be passionate about it. Because it's passion that will drive you to make sacrifices. It's passion that will drive you to explore, to transform to whatever challenges you might face. I tell everybody, every car, whether it's a Ferrari or a Toyota or a Micra, you need fuel to drive it. So it doesn't matter what kind of one, except for the new electric cars. You need fuel to drive it. So what I tell people is, your passion is the fuel. It's what will drive it. So your passion can be from, it's a hobby or something I'm passionate about. Or it can be, you recognize the gap and you're passionate about meeting those gaps.
Thank you very
Feeling
much.
it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark. Please help pass the microphone to Mr. Femi. Yes, sir. 2 questions I could ask you, sir. 2 questions. First thing first, we've been hearing about the journey for most of our speakers, but one of the things that is still very missing is the failure, if there's been any, or the challenges and how they surmounted them. I mean, you run a very niche business in the want to just find out from you, what were the challenges starting in Nigeria? No, car. It's not like you. The three now. Okay, that's not okay. So it's not car. Oh, it's payment. Okay. Okay. So I thought it was car. Apologies. It's still a niche market as it is. What were the challenges you faced? And how did you deal with failures or rejection? Now, young businesses, I hope I'm speaking for you more. How do you surmount challenges? And then one question. Number two question is then, how do you manage with recruitment? Now, most young businesses are facing the same challenge of getting talent, securing talent, and retaining talent, good people. How do you go about it?
Thank you very much. Basically, I think in terms of the challenges, we've been here for quite a while, and a lot of things have been said. And you have all the power issues. I mean, I run a payment company, an electronic payment company, and as far back as 2017, 2016, it cost me 3 million naira a month to, power my generators, because I have a data center that wasn't built down and whatnot. That's just on power. So in terms of the whole infrastructure that we have as a country, that's a challenge. But over time, that has gotten better, to be fair. Based on the need to also scale very quickly as well, funding is also something that's also very key. And in terms of funding, I would say that I've tried, the two, in terms of, okay, let's grow the business organically, and then at some point get an investor, to create that push, because you realize that it's a game of numbers. So anytime I need to describe the business, I tell people that it's a couple business. And you can only, get all the couples together if you have the volumes. So sometimes, it's necessary to get that push that is needed, but more or less get patient capital, not, as we said, from a bank that is charging you 30% and they won't let you sleep. But you get investors who believe in your dream, because most of the time, you must have a story to tell and a story to sell, and people actually invest in you, believing and trusting you, and that's basically what it had been. Of course, another part of it, which was a challenge at that time, was even gaining trust. So this thing that we're selling, we started when the market was still very expected that, for you to be the ND or something, you must be of a particular age, and but now that has changed. So you go to a bank and you're trying to sell a solution to them, and they're looking, so we have those kind of rejections, but based on consistency, especially in the tech space, the guys are just not there. You don't get enough guys. I'm constantly recruiting software developers, for instance, and because I need to do that, I get to more or less just what's the right English for me to use now? It's just very difficult to get good people to work with, and when you also get the guys that are good, you must be willing to pay, because they're very, very expensive. So looking at the kind of crowd that is here, what I'll say to you guys is that you need to ensure that you have value to sell. I think it was in one of the earlier sessions where somebody was saying that it's not that there are no jobs, it's more like there are no good people to do the jobs. So I will have vacancies that I'm trying to fill, and I will be, asking my HR, you have been at this thing for 3 months, for God's sake, what's going on? And that's in a country where, statistics will say that 40% of youth have no jobs. But you get people that come for interview, and I was in one interview panel, a few years ago, and one of my colleagues asked, the candidate said, what's the difference between software and hardware? I was actually very angry. I looked at my colleague and said, Stanley, why are you wasting my time? I'm not here for this kind of, can you ask proper questions? And the guy was like, no, let her answer. The girl studied computer science, and she could not tell the difference between software and hardware.
That is the kind of country that we live in. So when people say there are no jobs, I also ask the question. If you tell me, oh, you finished uni 5 years ago and you don't have a job, I will ask you, how many interviews have you attended? If you've not attended any interviews, then yes, there are no jobs. But if you attended interviews and you've not gotten the job, then you're not employable. So you need to go back and, get ready for that market. Put deliberate effort to say that we're now in the digital age. What are the kind of things? What things do I need, to fit into the current ecosystem? Just last week, a software engineer was recruited in the office, and the HR goofed, and he didn't know that this guy just finished secondary school, because his interview was done virtually and all of that. And the day the guy showed up in school, this guy was a 16-year-old guy, and he was going to get thousands of money. And the guy, my HR came to me and said, "Femi, this guy is just 16. I don't think I can pay him this amount of money." And I'm like, "Why can't you?" He did the test, he passed, so let him have it. So this is a 16-year-old guy. He has not even gone to uni. He's on 350K a month. Yeah, it's what it is. So you need to put it upon yourself to ensure that you constantly are in tune with the reality. And when I met the guy, I asked him, I said, "So are you going to go to uni?" He said he's not sure. That doesn't think so. And really, if you ask me, he doesn't need it because they won't teach him anything. So basically, as we're all here, we need to ensure that we are in tune with the current reality and we can add value to that thing that we plan to sell.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Tyler. Mrs.
Sure.
Reverend.
I'm not sure there's much to add.
Yeah, so you would speak to this, but I still want to ask you one question, which, based on what Tosin spoke about, you are YC.
Textiles, not YC, but...
Well, textiles, but whether textiles or YC, you'll be part of our program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you speak to what Mr. Femi just spoke to right now, which is the issue of recruitment. You run a very large system, as it were, when it comes to affiliates. So there will be a peculiarity of people and the kind of people you get into work with. How do you put them? What are you looking out for? That's on that side. Then on the side of what Tosin spoke about, which is around the process of seed funding. So can you talk the audience here through the cycle? I know there is the pre-seed, the seed, and all those stories. Now, because we're not asking for details, just bullet them and then they can go research. I believe you can research, right? I believe you can research. Sure. Do I have a yes? Yeah. Great. So I want you to just talk through the process as to from an idea to the series, whatever that happens. So and what those things mean, so that they don't have to just think that we're just bamboozling. So we're speaking to the challenges, we're speaking to the recruitment, and we're speaking to the seed funding cycle.
Well, everyone, excited to hear, and hopefully we all learn one or two things and we can take it from here. I think, Femi really had a lot of things I was going to say anyway, but maybe just to put a little bit on that. So the talent problem is really big, especially in engineering and software development. He mentioned, the 16-year-old who's being paid 350,000 naira a month, right? And that's very, very normal for software engineers. The exciting thing about being a software engineer is you don't need to go to school to learn. You just need to know basic math, right? And then study Java or whatever it is, or JavaScript. But be very competent and dedicated to it. If you lock yourself in your laptop and some programming language, instruction, manuals, and materials for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, right? And you come out at least an entry-level software developer. Another alternative is you can join one of the schools. There's so many schools out there right now that will bring you in and they will take you through that program for 3 months, 6 months, and you will graduate as an entry-level software engineer that can start earning anywhere between 100 and 300K a month, and they can build on from there. One of the biggest challenges I have at our company, and we are about 250 employees now, is our software engineers
They join us, they stay for a few months, 6 months, 1 year, maybe a little more. They get a job in Germany, they get a job in Microsoft, they go to Apple, they go to Facebook, they go anywhere. And when they go to HR, they have a conversation. It's pretty much dead on arrival. So let's say it's an operations manager. Maybe they're earning 300K, and they get an offer somewhere else for 450K. If they're very valuable, maybe you can say, okay, do you know what? We'll give you 500K, so stay. And then maybe they stay. But with software engineers, maybe the guy is earning 300K, and the smarter ones might be earning 800K, 900K, or even a million, right? And the guy comes and tells you, oh, I got an offer for $8,000 a month. The currency is always different, because we are paying them in naira, you get an offer in dollars. The crazy thing is, more often than not, the offers they get don't even need to take them out of Nigeria. Right? So Facebook has them in Nigeria, or Delivery or whatever company, UK, US, Eastern Europe. This is no way, you don't have to come here, right? Work from Lagos or Ibadan, where you are, will pay you $7,000 a month to do XYZ. So if you are still thinking to us about whether you want to learn how to be a software engineer, I think the data is overwhelming. But the reality is that there's a massive talent gap. We were talking about 3 months, you can't fill roles. About two years, I can't fill roles. In fact, now what we've done is this. For a lot of our key operational roles, we just said, we're hiring Indians. So we're bringing them, we're finding them to come up with roles. In the country of 200 million people, why can't we hire Nigerians to do it? Because and let me explain, it's very simple, I can tell you what the issues are. Number one is this. A lot of another issue is generally immigrants work hard, right? So people that come from other parts of the world, when they go to a new place, they work harder. Now let me tell you what is crazy. The operations manager doesn't work hard here. When he or she moves to Canada, they work 3 times as hard. So it is not a lack of criticizing it, the curriculum is outdated and a few other things. About a year ago, after 7, 6 years of running the business, we realized that those who are brilliant, without necessarily doing well academically, they are the exception. They are not the rule. So that 60-year-old girl that Femi talked about is the exception. The typical 60-year-old guy does not know how to code. Typical. Now, as a company, let me explain something. Because sometimes you have the idea that, oh, I'm good, I'm one in a million. But from the company's standpoint, the company does not have the time to go through a million people before they find you. So what the company does is they will go to where they have a higher likelihood of quickly finding who they need. I don't want to interview 10 people before I find one person. I want to interview maybe 3 people and find one person. So I'm going to go to where I can find those people, which is why when the companies that pay well recruit, they don't come looking for fresh graduates. They go to other companies where a lot of fresh graduates have already worked for a while. So they'll pick the best amongst the existing people that are working. So the people that typically come for really, really fresh graduates are those who don't pay much. It's a food chain. Don't forget that. It's a food chain. So for you to increase your chances of getting headhunted by the bigger and more successful organizations, you have to be exceptional. And being exceptional means working extremely hard. See, forget, and even in Nigeria, it's changing. Where you think that people that succeed don't work hard. The people, they say work smart, don't work hard. It's a lie! Don't do that. You work smart, and guess what? You work hard! You work 12 hours a day. Now look at Elon Musk. Leading 3 companies at the same time, works 80-hour weeks. How many hours per day is 80-hour weeks? Divide it by 80%. That's more than 10 hours a day. That's more than 10 hours a day for 7 days a week. Good weekend. They're going to succeed, they're going to work your ass off, pardon my friend. Except, if your father is rich, no work, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. If your parents are not rich enough for you not to have to work, you better work your ass off. Now let's go to the 6th funding thing. There are 2 kinds of companies. There are what you call startups. And the real name of a startup is a high growth company. Meaning that it starts and grows very fast, like a rocket. Right? Then there are small to medium businesses. 99% of businesses are SMEs, not startups. Now, what it takes to build a startup, even I've been through that, is crazy. If they told me this is what it would take They told me 6 years ago when I was trying to build this startup, and this is your journey as a startup, I would have said no. I kid you. I don't want it. It's too much pressure, it's too much hard work, and not just pressure on yourself, but pressure from the investors. Somebody gives you $1 million or just something that is much slightly more than an idea. You think it's free money. You think it's going to buy Range Rover and SUV. You have to deliver. You have to work your ass off. So, but let me talk about it since some of us are interested in it. So it's very simple. It's not very simple, but let me show you the process. You have an idea, right? Of course, has to be driven by technology. You articulate that idea that in 2 years or in 3 years, they're going to go from 0 revenue to $1 million in revenue every month. They're going to go from 0 revenue to $500 million revenue every month in 2 years. How do you achieve that? You figure it out, come up with a very compelling pitch, and then you go and ask people for money. Happy? Now let me explain some of the dynamics of asking people for money. Because irrespective of whether it's seed or pre-seed or Series A or Series B, because we laugh at each other in the tech space and the startup space, we're experts at begging for money. We beg for money for a living. It's just that we do it in a very sophisticated way, but begging for money. So how do I convince this person to give you $1 million? It's a lot of money that they work hard for. Why should they give me, out of 50 people that are talking to them, why should it be me to give that $1 million? Of course, you can't exhaust all of that. You can Google a bunch of those things, but there's a lot that goes into it. You have to build what they call credibility. Now, credibility is a function of so many different things. It's about, number one, your expertise. How much of a master are you in that field? That's number one. Number two is how well can you communicate what you're trying to do? How well can you sell that vision? Right? How well do you understand the market you're in? Now, there's another interesting dynamic that a lot of people don't think about. Your ability to raise money is directly correlates with the depth and the width of your network. Now, guess what? When you are fresh out of school, you don't have it. It is only the most exceptional amongst you, like the top 0.1% amongst you when you leave school, that have fast networks. And those people that are able to do it, the 1 over 1,000 of you that are able to do it, there are a few reasons. Many times it's actually privilege. You're not privileged to maybe come from a place where your parents or your siblings already have pushed you to that network. But for those that actually work for it, it means that while you're going through school, you are busy. Like the lady here. At 100 level, she was doing parties and events for the whole institution. People like her are 1,000. So the odds are that you are not happy. And it's not, I'm not happy, so hope is not lost. Hope is not lost. But as you start your career and you excel at what you do, you start building your network. You work in organization A, even though they are paying you 50K a month, you work as if they are paying you $1 million a month. You see, this idea that I will work according to the amount of money they are paying is foolish. Because if you are working at a job where they are paying you 50K a month, and but you are working as if they are paying you $1 million a month, you won't stay longer at that job. Sooner than later, Femi will find you and offer you 500K. After Femi finds you, Facebook will find you and offer you $10 million a month. But you don't get paid $10 million a month upfront. No. You work, you do a job that pays you 50K a month, but you are working like an $10 million a month first. And then they will find you and say, I did that, come on now, let's promote you. You are bigger than this. So on the same thing like I mentioned, you come up with a fantastic idea, but see, and I know I say controversial things and it's okay. If you want to learn how to run a business, go and work for something that's wrong. There's no shortcut. You see all those stupid books that are reading, they won't help you. They will help people, they also won't help you. They will give you ideas in your head. But until the rubber hits the road, when you work for your guy pours out his frustration on you. And you don't take it personal. You say that's another thing, we're so sensitive. A lot of people today. Your guy blasts you and you feel like, oh, it's the end of the world. Oh, this you say. If there's any word you take out of your dictionary, toxic. Oh, it's a toxic boss. It's a toxic. Shut up! What is toxic? Your guy is generating $10 million a month, but he's spending $12 million a month. How will you not feel bad? You come and then they copy you. Oh, employee, my dear employee, how are you? Of course, it's going to try VC funding, how to build a high growth company. There are all kinds of ideas and concepts out there, and you can read up on them. And I encourage you to read up on them. But until the rubber meets the road, go work for someone that is building something. I don't work for 6 months, for goodness sake. Work for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Every time you move from one organization to another, you reset the clock. You have to build new networks in that organization. Doesn't mean you shouldn't leave, it doesn't.
Recording in progress.
But make sure you have learned at least enough. You learned something from where you are, and you have genuinely outgrown that organization. Some of my guys will come and say, Tayo, I got an offer, to go to Amazon. Since that boss, come and take him to Amazon. They have outgrown us. Why you let at Amazon, I can't teach you. Or her, so let them do. But yeah, seed funding and all that stuff, raising funding, there's so much that goes into it. Learning, experience, the depth of your networks, understanding how to build a business plan and how to execute, and then having experience. If you ask me that I want to invest in you, they'll ask where did you work? Or what have you done? And then you say, while I was at company A, I did this. Now let me tell you a big secret that many of you don't know. Tonight, posting another that they just raised money recently and it's growing extremely fast. You did jump out of bed. You can't just wake up and say, I'll start a fintech company. It doesn't work like that. Those are the that work for which you learn what I internship for many years. Everything is in at Timar. When did you learn it? Interswitch. Me, I work for Conga. That's why I learned logistics. I work for Shanghai. That's why I learned. And I work to many people. I work at UAC Group, I work at LNG, and so on and so forth. And then I learned a lot of things from these people, and then I do. You think, I'm just a genius. I just had the idea for grants, and I just took from there. Nobody does that. Nobody. You can't find one person that did that. The Almighty Dangote, who's Dangote's uncle? Who is that? Who was that back then? He was one of the wealthiest Nigerians back then. Dangote is not grass to praise. Hey. It's grace to grace. So, I know there are a lot of stories we hear, we're excited, and we're super pumped, and all that, right? But understand where you're from first. Understand where you're from, and then figure out how do I build from here? What do I need to do? Do I need to read like and get first class by force? Do I need to learn how to code and start learning now? Do I need to go and work for Femi in operations? And then I'm looking at the engineers and learning small by small what they're doing. Because we all have very unique paths and very unique journeys. But success, extreme success is possible for every one of us.
Thank you so much.
Figure out your story and follow it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. We're really grateful. Let's put your hands together for that was explosive. Thank you. Yes. What we'll do before we go to the final leg of this session will be to know if there's someone who wants to ask Tayo any question. Do you have any question to ask Tayo? Anyone? Okay, one question. You said the question, which is your question? Would there be a platform? Is that you? Would there be a platform to connect these people? Is that you? Okay. For the speakers. This question is for you. Don't worry, you can nod your answer, don't worry. Dear organizer, will there be a platform to connect to the big table at the big market after this meeting? Will there be an opportunity to connect to the people who are spoken to different topics, who have answered questions? Will there be a platform where the participants at this event will be able to connect with them post-event? It's a yes or no answer. Yes, thank you very much. So what will happen is, I'm sure you're all registered. So what will happen is, our convener will use your emails to create connect with the larger society, the larger group, not only the people here, but even those that could not attend. So I think we can put a round of applause together for our convener for that much. Okay, so, okay.
That was a
Now, I was just wondering, a 16-year-old did not leave this country. Where did he get his skill from? Where did he get the skill to get a job that is paying him what a graduate cannot earn? That's a big question. You know, we live in a world where we have access to an open university. I see people as an open university, where you can learn a lot, you can self-educe, you can self-educate yourself. That search engine is such a fantastic platform. If you know how to navigate and explore, you will discover that there are several opportunities for you to learn one competence, one skill, one capacity or the other. What do we do with our technology? Snapchatting, Facebooking, looking at pictures on Instagram. No, there are so many things you can learn. I remember, let me just share this short story. When I left the university, I didn't know how to use a computer. And I knew that for me to get a job in the financial sector, I knew I was going into the financial space. I needed to have some level of competence in computer appreciation. I need to know how to use Excel, know how to use PowerPoint, know how to use Word. There was nowhere for me. I couldn't pay to go and learn it. So what did I do? I looked for a guy that was into graphics, that does graphics for a printing company. And I went there, I told him, I would like to work for you. He said, I can't pay you. I said, no problem. I will volunteer, free. Just working with you. And I was there. I was learning how to use the computer, and I was at the same time supporting his business. He didn't offer me any salary, but what I was learning at that point in time helped me to secure my first job. And from that first job, the place that I applied to that never gave me an opportunity, the moment they knew I was working with the former CBN deputy governor, they started endorsing, they were looking for me. So I got there, I said, look, I came to you, you didn't want me there. Now I'm working with former CBN governor, I can do this, I can do that. So you have to increase my salary. I asked them, can you pay me 3 times my salary? They said, yes, we want you. That was how I got another job with financial derivatives company. And financial derivatives company exposed me to a lot of rigors. We work sometimes we work overnight. The next morning we are going to do the presentation, we are going to companies, we do strategy session for companies. I was learning all these things then. And at some point, Shibomi Balogun's company opened up. The guy that was heading the equity research department, in less than 3 years I became head of the department. The guy was about going to Reddit to go and study, and they needed someone urgently to sit at the end of research. That was how I came in. My competencies spoke for me.
Thank you.
It's very important. Please develop your competencies.
Thank you very much. So let's put our hands together one time for Executive Assistant to the Governor of Oyo State. We are going into a very important segment. But before we do that, I just want to state that for everyone who submitted their curriculum, their resume, and their CV, they've been passed across to Titan, Caroline, and Max Engine. Now, what we want to tell you at this point is your destiny is in your hand. Once they get in touch with you for your interview, there will be no influencing by the convener. Please don't bug him saying, "Eba mi tese mo." Okay? So once they call you up for your interview or your tests, please put your best foot forward. So for everyone who submitted their resumes, that has been done. So we want to say a big thank you one more time to our convener. Let's put our hands together for Mr. B. Benjamin. We'll be having a pitch session. It's a short presentation from a few companies, out of which 2 of them will be selected to win grants, cash grants from the conveners of this event. And so I want to call the following companies or representatives All right, first is the Classic Barbers Lounge. Let's put our hands together for him. Please stand right in front of us here. Number 2 is Simplifying Business. Simplifying Business. Simplifying Business. Somebody has lost that already without even competing. Mary made it. Mary made it. Let's put our hands together for her. JE Collections. JE Collections. Put your hands together for her as well. Host Loni, I hope I pronounced that well. Host Loni, please come forward. CLA Logistics. CLA Logistics. You have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes, not more, but can be less. 5 minutes to tell us what your brand is doing and what you require this brand for. 5 minutes. Not more, could be less. Hold on. All right, the time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert, and I'm one of the partners at the Classic Barbers Lounge. The Classic Barbers Lounge is a vibrant enterprise inside the Polytechnic Ibadan. It is strategically located at the Unity Hall of Residence and hosted houses a capacity of over 1,000 students. Now, the Classic Barbers Shop is the sole and only barbering business inside the hostel that offers barbering services, haircut, hairstyling, hair coloration, and also it has a little twist to it. It has added comfort and relaxation for students in the hostel also by offering gaming experience for them. That is PS, PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 4. Now, at the Classic Barbers Lounge, we offer our business and our services to students at a very, very minimal rate. One of our unique strengths is that we are student friendly. Now, most of our competitors that are within the environment of the school offer at prices that are higher than what we offer, and we have decided to reduce our price not because we are cheap or irrelevant, but because we are trying to conform to the pockets of students. Now, as we all know, our physical appearance is most likely the first thing that every individual notices when they come in contact with us, and an airport speaks a volume about how we look. Now, so having to get a place that gives you a comfortable and unique look is one of the strategic things that are important in our decision making. Now, at the Classic Barber Shop, we charge at 300 naira for haircut, and for our gaming experience, we charge between 15 naira and 100 for haircut, and for our gaming experience, we charge between 15 naira and 100 naira. Now, it may sound like irrelevant prices, but considering the nature of students and how they have so many financial expenses they have to cater for, that's why we're in business for them. Now, at the Classic Barber Shop, we churn out a weekly profit of between 10,000 to 50,000 and 15,000 naira, and that is because at this moment the hostel is not fully occupied yet. Now, because of the COVID-19 rate, we have to reduce the number of admissions we take into the hostel, but in the upcoming session that is likely to start between August and September, the hostel is going to be full to its capacity, and we are going to be expecting a weekly profit between 40 to 100,000 on a weekly basis. Now, the Classic Barber Shop, part of our unique marketing strategy is that we publicize our services by establishing network with student organizations. The Polytechnic Ibadan has over 25 to probably 42 departments. Now, we establish network with all of the departments, including their HODs, and tell them that these are the services we offer. And part of our staff strength is that we have an instructor that works with the school's vocational and study center, in which he teaches and gives training to students on how to build the skills of barbering. So through that, we are able to build our customer network. So we are seeking these grants to be able to remodel our business. Our business is experiencing an old look, and if we are able to attest this business, we will be able to remodel our business, get equipment that are necessary to make the business run smoothly, and also to publicize to the maximum extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions on my side. The grant you want, do you want to expand so that you can create more jobs? So that you can create more jobs, or you want to use it to remodel your business?
it is both. We want to be model and we also want to expand. Now, part of what we need to expand is we've not started including training in our own personal office. We only do the training in the school vocational study center. Now, we understand that vocational skill is becoming important in this present stage and time that we are. So, part of our expansion model, first of all, is to train students to get the basic skills. Also, another part in which we want to use to expand is to include the sales of barbering equipment. Now, not so when you train students to get how to barb, how do you make money from it? How from they have to obtain fund at first. That income will come from that. And also, the income that will come from that will not be enough to make profit instantly. That's why we need to plan to sustain at first. Then in subsequent years, the profits can start coming in. Now, the other part that is most important is the sales and importation of barbering equipment. Now, so many people, when they want to get barbering equipment, maybe like clippers, load streamer, or even hair products, the first place you go to is probably a supermarket or a store. Now, those people are not actually into the business, so they don't actually know the value of what's actually important in the trade. So, as people that have experience in the expertise, you can be able to get the right product for you. We tell the clipper that suits the nature of the skin, such that the blades are not such that ought to. Do you get it now? Out of all individuals, everyone here that are guys or probably females, some of us have an ego, but not everybody have personal clipper. So if you are able to establish network with manufacturers of these products, you bring in those goods with the grant you are going to be getting, you are going to be able to market it and then sell it in return so as to be able to make profit.
Let me ask you, the bulk of your business presently, is it done in your office or on campus?
It's on campus, sir.
It's on campus.
Yes.
What happens when the school is on vacation?
Actually, the school, the business experience downtime when the school is on vacation, but we are still in business because the office is always accessible. The students may have gone home, but the office is always accessible. Yes, we make money when students are not on campus, but it's not as much as when students are on campus. Because we have other networks that are beyond students. We have lecturers as clients, we have church members as clients, we have friends as clients. Some of them come from outside to also get their airports and also keep themselves relaxed.
How sustainable is that program? Now that you are training people, once you train me, I can back, live the same campus community, I open my own shop there, I train another person. So there is easy entry, and that is going to force competition for you. So if you are combining training and also you are barbing, with time you will train a lot of people, and if they are operating in the same space with you, they are going to cut back their own market share. They will fight for the share of the market with you. And so your profit is not going to be that significant. In fact, you may be struggling to even have people come and back from you. That's a possibility. I was in campus and I know that at some point there were several barbers, several barbers here and there. So I even use that to negotiate and say, if you want to collect 100, I say no, 50 naira. So how sustainable is that model? Because we are looking at a business that can grow, that over time also can possibly employ others. How sustainable is this model?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. It's true that that's part of one of the weaknesses we are dealing with at the moment. And that is why I said, beyond actually offering the service, our own business, we are willing to expand to the sales and importation of barbering equipment. Now, whether you are planning to set yourself up as a barber or not, you're going to need those equipment. And because you don't have experience in the industry, you have to come to those that have experience in the industry to help people procure those equipment.
Thank you very much. Let me put a hand together for him. To the next person. Please, let's stick to time. You can go to your seat. We'll call you. Your time starts.
Good afternoon. My name is unveiling. I'm the CEO of Very Agents. I'm a fashion designer. I make female dresses, casual wears, unveiling, wedding dresses, and all. I work from home for a very long time. I finished from UI 2018, and while I was a student, I was working from home, and I just secured an outlet like 3 months ago, and actually quite long. It has always been in my plan. I've always envisioned getting an outlet around UI and Agogo and UI acts this Shabo. Due to financial restraints, I was unable to get one. I stay at Monia and I had to get an outlet at Monia. Well, I'm actually not prepared for this speech as well. But then I just know that I need machines to build up my brand. I need industrial machines, I need ironing machines, I need industrial stoning machine rather. And I would also like to go to a fashion school to actually have more experience about the fashion world to be able to serve my clients better.
Thank you very much. Just a quick correction next time.
Questions. Basically what we do, we design fabrics and also sew exceptional wares. But in 2018 we started this business. I started when I was in school, and then I was into personal shopping and shop for students and people around. But I noticed there were some problems that I needed to bridge. There were some gaps that I needed to bridge, and the fact that my clients complains a lot about the designs that we get from the market and the quality of materials. And so I started thinking of what to do to make sure that we solve this problem. So in 2019, yes, so I felt I should start learning. I went to fashion school, something I started learning. We could bring up a brand, not just going to buy from the market to sell, but I can create something unique for my customers. I can create great brands for them and to foot these issues that we have in the fashion business. So that was how I came about creating new and unique styles. But at the long run, I felt I should also upgrade myself by also attending other fashion schools that would help me. And so we started a bit, started something little. And what I would have to say is, for our profitability, the minimum we charge the clients is, let's say, 5,000 naira. And if we are about to expand this business and we charge a client of 5,000 naira on minimum, and we have about 50 customers in a week, that's about 250,000 naira. Can you imagine how much it will be in a month? And so we're looking forward to expanding our business and making sure that these issues and this problem that I found in the fashion business can be solved. Part of our uniqueness as a firm is that, number one uniqueness that we have is that we have a 1 week return policy for our clients to wear and check what they have to make sure that we meet the needs of satisfaction. And we also advise clients on the kind of soap detergent to be used to avoid fading of materials, because that was what I discovered when I was into the personal shopping, because they complained a lot about the materials and the quality of the fabrics. And so many, another uniqueness that we have is that we are also going to partner with other professionals that will help us in making great designs and professional touch, finishing touch in what we do to make sure that we meet the needs of our clients.
How many fabric do you for a day?
Yes. In a day, presently, because we don't have equipment and other things that will help us make our work faster, so like suits of prefer.
How many customers do you get in a day?
Yes, depending. Most times I don't get to finish the 3 that day, but it will help that will cut my clothes down. And that's because equipment we have.
So that would be a function of you having access to equipment. But currently, how many do you produce in a day presently? Do 2. What is your client base like? That's it. So how many do you sold and sell within a week? Based on the current reality. You sold 10. And it is consistent, like every week. 10 average. I'm asking for average weekly production. So you're saying you produce 10 on average every week. And you sell. These are verified. Have you verified it? Is it truth? It's really to verify. This. Is real. How much do you make in a month? What's your revenue like in a month? Average. $60,000. How much? What's your revenue in a month? Total data comes to you. So how much are you looking at in terms of accounts? How much are you looking at? It depends. Just put together. This is 500 less than.
Thank you very much. To the next person, please next slide, you can speak.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tabo, and I run a company called Slowly. So, Slowly, which in Yoruba means Slowly. Slowly is a web marketing service in Nigeria. Slowly, today. Slowly, yes. So, it's a web hosting and domain service in Nigeria. We're working currently we have. Sorry, excuse me. So let me start with the problem. So I'll start with the story. I remember when I had a personal website with Google Host. So Google Host is a company in Nigeria that runs hosting. And I have some client there that I'm a website developer. So I have some client that run their website and their website for them. So after a year, we had issued data logs with Google Host. And what Google Host came up with, we did not recover our data. So that came about the problem that so many issues with my clients. So I tried to build a company by myself. So I started the company years ago, that's 2018. And with that, I've been able to get up to like 120 clients, active clients, over 150 domains, and over 160 active hosting. And with that, I was able to solve the problem when it comes to data loss. So how was I able to do that? One, I had a partnership with AWS. AWS is a cloud hosting provider in the United States. So what they do is I have a daily backup system with AWS. And with that, there's no data loss at all. And again, I'm looking at solving that problem when it comes to FX Forex in Nigeria. So when you look at how much the dollar is currently and how much dollar was last year, look at maybe around 10 last year, around maybe the same in 480. So imagine a company trying to budget a year. Let's say they have a full year of their, let's say AWS cost. Let's say then they budget, let's say $1,000. That's $450,000 for a year. And that was maybe for let's say the last month budget. And looking at the next month, the dollar can be up to 480 because they look like we know it can be 490,000 naira in a year, which means that there's a fluctuation in our dollar to naira rate. So I'm reading about solving that problem by having an indigenous partnership with AWS. So with API integration and with developers that I work with, we can actually integrate AWS service. Whenever domain provider, whenever companies in Nigeria want to sort of calculate their budget, they can come directly to us and host with us, and indirectly they're still posting with AWS and total we are providing the infrastructure, but they're still posting with AWS. So with that, we can prevent the overfluctuation in dollar and naira rates. And the third one is customer service. So I discovered the problem where I was working with clients, and we had a problem where we have to write an email to the hosting company, and it takes us hours to reply, to respond to our request, and we have customers waiting. So I was able to bridge that gap by hosting the company. Having started my own company, I was able to hire a customer support that was able to sort of help with that, and with that we're able to provide a real-time customer support for our clients.
You have 1 minute, please.
Okay, so I'm looking at a fund of $10,000 to one, scale the business. So what? Yes, to scale the business. So what do I mean by scaling the business? Scaling the business when it comes to one, we want to increase our current infrastructure. Currently, I've personally invested over $1,000 into the business. So this is not a business I'm just starting from scratch. So it's a business I'm trying to scale, and with the support of people here and the investors here. So I'm looking at that to scale the business.
Thank you very much.
That's 1.5 million.
How do you try to raise $10,000?
So I've actually been struggling for the past 3 years. I've been struggling for the past 3 years. So when the idea came, so when the whole pitching came, I wanted to scale the business. But that is actually the business at all. The business can still grow, gradually, organically. So the idea is to put more funds and grow the business.
What is the size of the market you're trying to?
So the size of the market is, in Nigeria, we have over 3.1 million registered companies in Nigeria.
That you can provide a service to?
Yes. And presently we have over 100,000 plus entry. That we have over 2 million markets that we can sell in Nigeria.
What's the idea? Have you been able to estimate the size of the market here?
Sir?
In your state?
The website, the company is not location-based company. It's all over the world, right? So I can still, if I'm not making money in your state, I can place my ads in Lagos State, I can place my ads in the US.
So you can actually be in your state and be getting business from Jos, from Abuja.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Silastical Media, head of operations for CA Logistics. What do we do as CA Logistics? We offer comfortable and luxury transportation, affordable transportation for people, for commuters. And this business was started towards the middle of last year with some $6,000, which we used to gather our assets. And how do we go about our business? We do daily service by going out there and getting people through booking calls for travels and all of that. So how do we follow our clients? We follow up through text messages, we follow up through emails, and then we also do adverts. We also run adverts on the internet via emails, via Facebook, intra-state, intra-city movement, and you do at least 20 travels. And I can tell you that as people sitting here, we have a booking which we have to come to. Gradually, our bookings are way bigger and larger than the assets that we have, which calls for expansion and for increase, which is why we are looking at getting this grant. We are looking at a grant of 1.6 million to get across one of our assets, a vehicle, which will help us to increase our sales, our profit margin, and then be able to attend to our clients. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eze Portugal, and I'm the founder of PTech. Now, what is PTech all about? We are trying to redefine our academic sector, such as bringing out cities whereby students can be at the comfort of their home while they receive lectures. And this was the inspiration based on the Nigerian economy. We have things like strike. PTech, sir. Yes, sir. So we have things like strike, and apart from that, we have some students that as well working. So with this PTech, students can be at the comfort of their home while they receive lectures. And we still want to do it in a way that it's going to be in the form of Telegram. Students can receive audio lectures while maybe probably the ones that are driving or the ones that are into something. So with the function of PTech, we've come to realize that because actually me and my crew, we help students in terms of lectures and making them comfortable. So with PTech, all the student needs to do is to just go for every course. And every course will have each of their lecturers. For example, let me use an instance of Post 111. Post 111 is going to have his own takes, whereby students can just proceed it and go to the comfort of their home and watch it. And apart from that, we still want to create a website where students can get in touch with us with their questions and answers, whereby whenever they have any difficulties or they have any questions and they didn't have a solution, so we can be able to respond to the student. And another thing about PTech is that it's going to create as an avenue of employment. Now, for example, UR, in every year, they do collect students more than 1,000 naira. Now, my own calculation of this is, if one CD can be sold at the rate of 200, and in a particular department, let me just say, we are having 200 students, and if these 200 students, I'm trying to be average, if these 200 students can be able to get the CDs of different lectures, and we have apparently more than 15 lectures in UI. So if these 200 students can be able to get these CDs, and that's approximately 200,000, and we have more than 10 departments. So let me just use 10. If these 10 departments, and if they can go with this 10 times 200, we're having nothing less than 2 million, which I know is more. So with PTech, I am sure students will be very, very comfortable. And apart from that, it will add to the knowledge of students. It mustn't be what the lecturer had to teach you, but what you understand. So that is one thing about students, and it's still going to help to disseminate information, such as adverts. In every of this city created, there is a platform where we can do adverts for any form of organization, educational sector, and all that. So this is big.
Now my question to you. One, we know that CDs is fast becoming, is not trendy anymore. It's already getting obsolete. So how will you be building a company on something that is being phased out? You hardly see, you see some vehicles now. Previous vehicles, they make vehicles in a way that you can play CDs. They make home theaters, you can play CDs. But today now what you just need is your USB. So how are you going to scale over that? And two, even if you are producing CDs, with the activity of pirates, once I'm able to have access to one, I can duplicate it such that people may not need to come back to buy from you. They can get my own pirated copy. And those students, the moment one student buys, it will drop
or the other student don't buy the glass? How do you want to ensure that you scale over that?
Thank you very much. What will be your first question? In as far I actually, when I did CDs, I was referring to DVDs and as well as Telegram. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no, okay, you have a point. Then regarding your second question, piracy. In terms of piracy, we've actually worked on it, we've actually thought about it. Now, why these lectures are being created? Every lecturer, because actually we actually want to use the best student or lecturer in every department. In every course, we have to use the best. Now, in every lecture that is going to be attained, the lecturer must wear a particular t-shirt. And this t-shirt is being branded. There is no way you can pirate something that, even though a pirate chooses to pirate the CD or the DVDs, he's helping to promote BTEC. Because now every lecturer must be branded in terms of the name of the company and everything. So this is what we've done to, and apart from that, the DVDs are protected DVDs. These are not DVDs that you can duplicate. So we are not using just an ordinary disc, we are using a protected disc, including this. Peter.
Thank you very much. The next person, please.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. My name is Delsa Roots. I'm a final year student of the University of Ibadan. I'm the founder of Bliss Pastries. So Bliss Pastries is Bliss Pastries. Yes, sir. Bliss Pastries is a pastry business that offers excellent delivery of pastries and all forms of confectionaries. However, none of the confectionaries, the aim of these pastries is to offer sumptuous and delicious pastries to its customers, and also to establish training institutes for aspiring pastry chefs. Because I know how difficult it is to go to catering schools and get the advanced knowledge. It's always very expensive. So I plan to give back to my society by establishing a baking institute for aspiring pastry chefs. Now, who are my target customers? My target customers are people who are willing to enjoy what my brand has to offer, both regardless of gender and age or status. I reach out to event planners because we can partner together when we get jobs. I know in weddings and all, they need small chops, they need cakes. So I reach out to them to get contracts and also reach out to general public. So how do I reach out to general public? I tap into the social media. I use Facebook, I use other social media platforms to promote my brand. And I also have this one-on-one conversation with people I see on the streets and tell them about my brand. And it has always been my dream to own a pastry shop where people can come and just chill out and have fun and just have something really nice and this one deep. I have consumer satisfaction when they eat my pastries and they're happy. So it has always been a dream. At the moment, I run this business alone. I'm a student, like I said. I run it for my hostels when I'm not in Ibadan. I live in Lagos. I run it for my own. At the moment, I operate alone. I don't really have much, I don't really have the equipment, all the equipment needed. So most times I improvise to still give my customers the best. I also plan to go for advanced training to become a certified baker so I can serve public better. Thank you.
Let me ask you a nice one. Do you have a niche? As in, we see pastries in this style, doing what it's virtually everywhere. Before you walk down the street, you see some private labels. It's highly fragmented. A lot of people produce different pastries. What makes yours unique? Is there something that sets you out from the competition? That makes people want to patronize you instead of patronizing somebody else? What's unique in times? Just tell us what makes your product, the toast of an average buyer of pastry.
Okay, the major thing that makes my product stand out is the quality. I've met a lot of pastry chefs and the quality of their product is not really nice because many people they focus on quantity rather than quality. As long as it's more, like when they get like a job, they don't really focus on the quality. They focus instead on the quantity. So I believe the quantity of my products and how I relate with my customers and how I relate with the public is what really stands out for me for my products.
Is there anybody that has tasted our pastry before here? You've tasted our pastry. How is it? So that would be nice if we came with one for us to test and see whether it is what you said. Okay, anyway, wish you the best. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Inuaku Maria, and I'm a graduate of Physics Department at Silastical University. I'm here to pitch my brand for the brand, and the name of my brand is The Relish Kubo. So over the years, we've had a misconception that whatever needs to taste delicious, whatever needs to be nutritious, doesn't have to taste delicious. And that's one major thing that The Relish Kubo has come to change. The Relish Kubo has come to change that narrative that whatever is going to be nutritious can still taste delicious. So now I move to my vision, which I already stated that one thing that we do at the Relish Kubo is that we infuse fruits into our cake. And as we all know that fruits are very nutritious for the body because they provide the necessary fiber needed to help the digestive system of the body. So fruits like bananas, carrots, coconuts can be infused into cakes. I actually came with a slide to make a presentation where I showed samples of the cakes I've done in the past. So my target market are individuals, caterers, hotels that have restaurants in them, and also health segments also. Because nowadays when you go for events, you find out that there's always a dessert session where you have cakes that are fruit infused in them. So I moved to my achievement. I actually learned cake baking and decoration during the COVID lockdown period last year. I knew I was in my finals and I needed to do something after school. Though I studied physics, but I knew that was not where my passion lied. My passion lied in this aspect. So my parents were so specific about the fact that you have to finish school, but I knew that this was what I wanted to pursue after school. So the lockdown period, I used it to go into this and learn. So my training then cost about 100,000 naira. My parents gave me about 70,000 naira while I added my savings to do my practical during the training.
Okay, so hold it. We need to your business case looks very nice, and I just have a couple of questions to ask. Is it a running business?
Okay, currently I'm on a pause because while I started out, I had to use my own personal savings. I had to use my personal savings to begin to run the business. So when I started, the profit I made, I used it to get materials, but then I was not able to purchase an oven. So I had to keep borrowing somebody's oven.
So is the business existing? Is it running at the moment?
Yes, I had to pause it.
Is it running at the moment?
At the moment, no, I had to pause it.
Okay. So it is not running?
Okay, no, it's not running.
Okay, so your profitability of 25,000 daily, how do you intend to make it?
Okay, one thing I intend to do is to reach out to supermarkets and to hotels that have restaurants in them and give them, because even I've been able to go to few.
Are you aware that supermarkets or some hotels also have a bakery that do the same thing?
Yes, yes.
So what is your route to market?
Okay, my route to market, currently I intend to just, because one thing I did was, I had to first register my brand with CAC, and then I had to...
What is your route to market? How do you intend to get sales?
Okay, social media, using social media influencers also.
Has social media worked for you in the past?
I had to make use of WhatsApp. Yes,
social media worked for you?
Yes.
How much are you making?
Okay, I started in October, after my training. So I was just making little profit because I didn't have, like, I had to use my hands to mix over the time. So I had like 7,000 naira. No, I work for myself. Yes.
So if you give you this grant, what are you going to use it for?
Okay, I want you to get a bigger and better oven, and I will get a mixer so that will increase my productivity.
And are you going to be the only one working?
Okay, for now, yes, I will be the only one working.
So you will not increase your labor?
No, I would.
You will not employ more people?
I definitely would.
But you just said.
Okay, as I begin to expand, so I will definitely bring in more people to work with me.
Okay. We would. Okay, thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol studio observed. I want to thank the organizer for this.
Yeah, no, 5 minutes.
I'm Kanajaya Adetola Olade, and I'm presenting. My plan is a school, Novelty Children, Home, Academy, and Schools. Now, I've worked as a teacher, like in almost all cadres of academic position in a private secondary school, from being a class teacher to head teacher to principal, HOD, and supervisor and educational consultant to like 4 schools. Now, what I found out.
Sorry. We just want you to say what you want to do.
Okay. Yes. So what I found out was that from my experience, there is this gap between what we teach our students in school and what they are actually expected or destined to do. The society has created a niche such that the student can only work or is only trained to work in a particular niche. So, of which it ought not to be, not just our school system will teach people to become a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, and the rest. But from even the presenters and guests of honor here, we found out that some of them, or most of them, they didn't even study the law profession, the pharmacy that they actually studied. But we have people, there are people that they are not trained.
Can you go straight to the plan?
So the plan is to start a school. Yes, sir. What makes it different is that it's not going to be pure academic school. Because we have so many people that have made it in life. It's going to include.
We don't really have much time again. But what the trend has been, what will you be doing differently?
Okay, what we are going to inculcate into our school is sports. From the primary school to the secondary school. We are not telling them to wait till they get to university before they do that. Then I have students that they are even talented in agriculture to train such that they don't even need to get to university before they go into that.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's put our hands together for all those who have participated. The beneficiary of this grant is Host Boni. Now he has a good grasp of what his market is. He was able to articulate the opportunities available in his market. He was able to show competence, and he was also able to show us the growth path for his business. Yes, what he's asking for is way beyond the grand prize, but we are happy to work with you on this journey. Please put your hand together for him. The next person that is being considered for this grant is JE Collections. Now, this is not an idea, it is already a business running, so there was already proof of concept, there was understanding of the business and market, and proof that the business and scale was also established. Though structure and processes are missing, but we believe that that will be worked along with the convener and the team to build that for sustainability. Let's put our hands together one more time for joint collections. And the last but not the least, for this year's debating edition of the Youth Entrepreneurship Summit, business pitch is the relish cooler. Please put your hands together for her. She also had a good grasp on her business space, or women supporting women. Right. So she also had a good understanding of her business space. Yes, a few gaps, but I mean, considering the group of people that came out, these three stood out. Now, two of them, like I said, were supposed to be, but the third, jumped over everybody to become like the most preferred. But we are grateful to have them. So we have technology, we have fashion, and we have food. So we have it across three different sectors of the economy. And the convener, Mr. D, Olejobi, is glad and happy to join his team to work with them. Now, the beautiful thing about this grant is that it is not just money they're giving to them. They're giving them money, they're giving them support in terms of mentorship, and they're also standing with them through the journey for the next 1 year to the next edition of this business summit, where you will see you can track where they are now. And then we're hoping that in 1 year time, when they come to talk about their success story, we can all see the quantum leap that businesses would have experienced. Let's put our hands together for this winners one more time. You'll be duly contacted in the course of the week coming, and then the conversations will continue from there.
Yeah, hi guys. My name is Toby Mohammed. So I think I'm giving this to him because I like people who do unconventional things. I feel like for me, his proof of concept was very clear. It's very intelligent. I feel like also one thing with people who actually do businesses like this, who understand like a clear path of solving a problem. Because if you think about everybody who's done stuff and done it well and actually are changing the world, they solve problems. So the fact that he was thinking about his barbershop as solving problems, like understanding the fact that there's a gap. The guys who sell stuff at the supermarket around barbershops don't understand the concept of barbering. And him thinking about that, I just think that also you need to maybe not envelop yourself in the school community. And he was giving you that, he was giving that hint, right? You need to understand that you can be anything with barbering. Do you understand what I mean? You're right, you say, your money to kick until they come. Do you understand what I mean? There's a barber in Lagos, his name is Case Place, is probably the biggest barber in Lagos. And I feel like for him, it's a situation where even multinationals like JC uses barber shops all around Lagos as activation points. So if a multinational from Ireland, in Dublin, identify a barber shop and say, you know what, we're going to actually activate through this guy, I feel like there's nothing you can achieve. So that's why personally.
Thank you, Toby. Thank you. Megan has also said what you want to support him with, he will also contribute for him. And Madam People says, we would like to attach this tool to you as a form of mentorship, right? Let them work closely with you. I know you're a public servant, so the cash will not be there, but they can gain one or two things. She's a fashion designer. Yes, so she's a fashion designer. She can work directly with you just for mentorship.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, once again, congratulations to all our winners. And like I said, we'll be contacted in the course of the coming week and we can proceed from there. Let's put our hands together for the winners one more time. Please can we take pictures of these people? Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Congratulations.